Good morning, everyone, and welcome back to the public hearings of the TRRC. Imam, if you can offer some prayers, please proceed.
Thank you, Chair. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. Rahmanirrahim Maliki Yawmiddin. Iyyaka na'budu wa iyyaka nasta'in. Ihdina as-siratal mustaqim. Siratal ladzina an'amta alayhim. Khairil maghdubi alayhim waladdallin. Alhamdulillah hadina li hadha wa ma kunna linahtadi lawla anna hadina Allahul awwalul akhir waz zakhir wal batin. Ya Rabbana lakal hamd. Ya Rabbana lakal hamdu kama yanbahi wa jalalu wajhika wa ziman sultanika wa sallallahu ala sayyidina Muhammadin khatimin nabiyina wa imamil mursalin. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanatan wa fil akhirati hasanatan wa qina azaban nar. Subhana rabbika rabbil izzati amma yasifuna wa salamun ala al-mursalin alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Amin.
Amin. Shukran, Imam Jallo. Bishop, you have the floor, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Lord God of power and might, the Creator, the Sustainer, and the Protector and Preserver of all humankind that you have created and made in your image and in your likeness, and you have planted in every nation of the world. We continue to submit ourselves unreservedly, asking that by your Holy Spirit's power, that you will mold all of our hearts, grant us a heart of patience, a heart of love, a heart of sympathy, a heart of empathy, and a heart of kindness towards each and every human person in this universe. As we continue TRRC sitting this morning, we continue to present to you the witness, Lord, and we continue to ask by the Holy Spirit's power, you will grant him the enablement to speak boldly the truth. Grant the commission the discerning spirit to discern between truth and falsehood. Grant the populace, the diaspora, and the international community as well. Grant them a greater patience to exercise in order to see that the due process is taken care of. This we ask through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen.
Amen. Thank you very much, Bishop Odiko. Council, I believe we're continuing with the witness from yesterday. If we are and you're ready, please proceed.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Usher, can you kindly bring in the witness?
Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Tar.
Good morning, Council Singate.
And welcome back.
Thank you. Good morning to the Chairman, Vice Chairman, and members of the Commission. Staff.
Just before we start, I wish to remind you that you're still on the oath. And as such, you are required to tell the truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. And I think I also have to be reminded of the fact that it's a criminal offense not to tell the truth.
Well, I believe that as counsel, you already know that.
Well, I'm still a witness, so. But I take note.
You already know that. So
Very well.
Thank you very much. Yesterday we dealt with several issues extensively. We dealt with harassment of lawyers by the executive, some of the excesses of the judiciary, in particular during Justice Ajim's tenure.
Demba waxtaanee nañ bunta yu yaatu surtout nag li nga xam ne njiit yi ci réew mi ñu ngi dugal seen gémmiñ ci doxalinu liggéey àttekat wi ak it jamonoy Justice Ajim.
We've also discussed issues of judicial interference and manipulation by the executive.
Wax nañ tamit li nga xam ne ñii di njiit réew mi mu ngi dugal gémmiñam ci doxalini àttekat yi ak li nga xam ne noonu lay jaxasee seeni mbir.
And we discussed the intervention of the bar in some of these issues.
Wax nañ nag ñi nga xam ne ñoo di lawyer ñi nga xam ne ñoom tamit ñu ngi dugal seeni taxawaay ci yenn ci mbir yi nii.
And the outcome thereafter.
Ak it gannaaw bi li nga xam ne moo ci faaxee ko.
For today,
tey nag.
We have the following pending issues. We'll discuss your civil cases, the civil cases that you were involved in that were politically motivated cases. My apologies, cases, not criminal cases, not civil cases. Then we'll discuss the excesses of the judiciary during Justice Fakbele's tenure. The role of the bar in the 2016 election. Election 2016. And your activism during the 2016 period that gave birth to Gambia Has Decided.
2016 jamono ji nga xamé né wécci nañ nguur gi wone né Gambia Has Decided.
So let's start with the cases that you were personally involved with that were politically motivated persecution.
Légui nak ñu commencé ci case yi nga xamné yow bokkon nga ci muy mbiri tafar yo xamné ay mbiri politique moko lalu.
Thank you very much.
Jerejef.
The first case that I would like to speak about
case bu njëkk bi ma bëgg a waxtaanee mooy
was the state versus Maimouna Tall.
mooy nag diggante nguur gi ak Maimouna Tall.
Who was the former Director General of Gambia Civil Aviation.
nga xam ne nii moo nekkoon ki jiite buntu liggéeykaay bi saytu mbiri tukkim jaww ji Gambia Civil Aviation.
I would like to put on record that she is my first cousin.
danaa wax xamal nit ñi rek ne suma doomi baay la.
And for that reason, I was junior counsel to Mr. Antuman Gay.
ci wàllu woowu nag maa nekkoon counsel bu ndaw bi ci Antuman Gay.
Basically, Maimouna was appointed DG.
Maimouna nag faloon nañ ko DG.
And during her tenure,
ci jamonoom nag
she brought a lot of changes in the civil aviation.
Daldi woon na indi ay wecceeku yu bari ci civil aviation bi.
And at the time,
ci jamono boobu,
there was a project called the Airport Improvement Project.
amoon na project boo xam ñu ngi ko ekkati woon ngir gën a taaral airport bi.
And including extending the runway.
boobu nag daldi bokk na ci nag ngir yaatal runway yi.
And was funded by the Kuwaiti Fund.
te tamit kees yi Kuwait gi moo ko doon dépasse.
And one of the local contractors
kenn nag ci contractor yi fii ci réew mi
was a Kuwaiti company.
compagnie Kuwait la.
A Kuwaiti-owned company.
compagnie goo xam ne waa Kuwait ñoo ko moom.
But registered in the Gambia.
waaye nag dañ ko bindu woon fii ci biir réewi Gambia.
by the name of M.A. Harafi.
ñu xamee ko M.A. Harafi.
And it appears that the president had a vested interest in
that contract.
Because at some point, Memunatal informed me he was asked to make a $3 million penalty payment
fine criminal $1 million
to M.A. Harafi.
M.A. Harafi.
Which didn't make sense to her. And what was actually bizarre was that this payment was being pursued by the client. That is the government. That's the Minister of Finance,
the Ministry Minister
of Works at the time,
Ministry
and Office of the President.
Office of President.
They put a lot of pressure on her to pay. And in her own mind, first of all, the civil aviation doesn't have that kind of money. And she didn't think it was a legitimate payment. So she was warned at the highest possible level through an emissary was sent. A businessman was sent to her, warned her that the president is saying that you're becoming very stubborn nowadays. And nothing, at that point, nothing came out of it. But he kept me in the loop. He told me, Sal, he calls me Sal. I'm actually named after her dad. He said, I've already started packing my stuff. I'm copying all the documents in this office. I've copied. We copied them and put them on Dropbox and had everything we had to duplicate. And any time I know I could be arrested or fired. Because the president is not having his way with me. Then secondly, there was an airline, a dubious airline, I think from Sudan, that wanted, applied for an AOC license. That's air operating certificate. But they did not meet the safety requirements. So Memunatal declined the application. And this airline was supposed to be taking Gambians to Hajj. And she also got a lot of pressure from the State House to give this airline a license. Against the ICAO safety requirements. And she still held her ground. So as a family, we knew that it was a matter of time. And then sometime in 2005, she was sacked unceremoniously. They basically, NIA came to her office and basically gave her a letter and asked her to hand over. But she was a very tough woman.
nekk na nag jigéen joo xam ne ni jigéen ju jàmbaar la.
Yeah, she was a tough woman. She had prepared everything.
moom nag waajaloon na yépp.
She was just waiting for them.
mu ngi leen doon xaar rek.
Not only that, every single document she signed, she kept a copy, and also I kept a copy as cousin and lawyer.
kayit boo xam ne ni nag signé woon na ko dal dina ko sottandeku am benn ma amee benn ni doomi baayam la moom mu amee benn.
And she was detained at the NIA.
ñu dal di ko téye nag benn place NIA.
And for quite a while, I think, I can't remember, but at least for more than a week.
daal dem na ba lu weesu benn bés bu ay.
And then she was charged with 7 counts of economic crime.
ñu dal di ko teg tuuma lu dem si juróom-ñaari buntu ne daal dafa kasaara koppar.
And what were these charges based on?
tey nag ci tuuma yoo fi ñu ko sesoon mooy.
She was charged with repairing and renovating the residence of the DG and the staff quarters in contraventions of the GPPA rules.
ne daal daf doon defaraat nag place yi DG bi ak nekkuwaay ñenn te loolu dëppawut ak seen yoon.
And so basically, they said that she spent about $1 million to renovate the DG's residence, and they allege that she broke the contract into 3 lots, thereby circumventing the need for approval from GPPA.
ñu ne daal dafa dem ba nga xam ne dem na ba million ak dara ne moom la defaree defaraat yooyu noonu.
And they claim that her action caused significant losses to the economy of the Gambia.
te ñu wax nag ne lim def noonu daal dina kasaara ay millions yu bari ci koom-koomi Gambia.
Yeah, and so we were in court, Mr. Gay and I, Mr. Antuman Gay and I.
ñu dem na ci court bi man ak Mr. Antuman Gay.
And for 2 years.
ñu dem ci diiram ñaari at.
Of her life.
ci dundam.
GPPA never came to court to testify.
waa GPPA nag mosu ñoo ñëw foofu pour dal di gaaral seen seede ci court bi.
They were not even in the picture.
ñoom sax yëguñu woon ko.
And all the instructions came directly from State House to Ministry of Justice.
ndigal yëpp mu ngi tukkee na ci State House ci ministre jëm nag ci ministre bi saytu wàlli loi ak àtte.
Every witness they called from civil aviation.
mboolem seede buñ oowee ci civil aviation.
Starting with the chairman.
commencé ko ci chairman bi.
Confirmed that.
wéral ne.
all those procurements.
ne liñ jënd noonu yëpp.
were done.
ñu ngi ko def.
through a procurement committee.
ci committee boo xam ne ñoo saytu wàlli jëndam jumtuwaay.
in accordance with the GPPA Act.
nga xam ne ni dëppoo na ak sarta yi taxawal GPPA.
and also.
ak itamit.
endorsed and approved by the board.
nangu ko yéwénal ko nag di board bi.
And all these documents were submitted to the court.
kayit yi yëpp ñu dal di ko àggale ci court bi.
The star witness at the time.
ñi nga xam ne ñooy doon seede yi gënoon a fës.
was the head of procurement. Was head of the contracts committee.
mooy ki nga xam ne nii moo jiite woon committee bi saytu wàlli contract.
And they had called him in and coached him.
dañ ko oon dal di ko yeetal.
His name is Kabiru Jammeh.
moom mu ngi tudd Kabiru Jammeh.
And they sort of fed him a lot of information to testify against Maimuna Tall and told him what to say and the rest of it.
ñu yeetal ko ay bataaxel yu bari yoo xam ne ni moom la war a wax loo xam ne ni dana gën a dugal Maimuna Tall ñu yeetal ko ko.
And bearing in mind, Kabiru is the chair of the contracts committee that actually approved those contracts.
te Kabir mooy chairman committee bi saytu wàlli contract bi te ñoo ko nangu woon.
So when Kabiru came to court,
Kabiru nag bi mu ñëwee ci court bi.
the dismay of the state,
ci state bi.
he spoke the truth.
mu wax dëgg ji.
He said exactly what happened.
mu wax li nga xam ne moo xew.
That in fact, Maimuna Tall was not even part of the contract committee.
Maimuna Tall sax bokkutoon ci committee bi saytu woon wàlli contract.
The contracts committee, as duly constituted,
contract committee bi nag ñi ko sosoon mooy.
decided to split the contract into 3 lots.
ñoom ñoo indi woon nag pour dal di ko dog ñetti dog.
And repaired the DG's residence.
jagala nag nekkuwaay DG bi.
And the staff quarters.
ak ñi fay liggéeyee.
I'm spending a little over $1 million.
ñu dépasse lu weesu $1 million.
But in fact,
tamit sax de.
the works that were undertaken
liggéey bi nga xam ne moom lañ doon def
increase the value
yokku nag ni meloon
of the assets of civil aviation.
di alal ji nga xam ne ni moom la civil aviation am.
And what was the outcome of the case after the star witness testified in favor of Maimouna Tall?
Case bi nag naka la mujjee gannaaw seede boobu nga xam ne moom lañ indi woon bi mu waxee seedeem dafa faral Maimouna Tall.
If you allow me, this one point I want to make about the reason sorry, I may be a bit long-winded, but excuse me, I just want to explain something about this Kabiru in particular. So after Kabiru testified,
gannaaw bu Kabiru gaarale ay seedeem,
he was arrested,
ñu dal di ko jàpp,
taken to the AG's chambers,
ñu yóbbu ko ci AG's chamber,
and the AG was Cheikh Tidiane Haidara.
te jamono boobu AG bi mooy Cheikh Tidiane Haidara,
and he was threatened.
te dañ ko dal di woon tikku.
There was an NIA officer, Cheikh Tidiane Haidara, and I can't remember the prosecutor. But this is a witness who testified in court, and because his testimony was truthful and not in line with what the state wanted, they yanked him to the AG's chambers with the NIA, threatened him, and said that they were going to charge him with giving false information.
moom nag seede la boo xam ne dafa ñëwoon rek wax lii dëgg ñu dal di ko jàpp yóbbu ko ci AG's chamber dal di ko xupp ne ko dañ la tuumaa yooyu tamit ne da nga wax loo xam ne nekkul dëgg.
It's another example of state overreaching.
lii nag mooy misaal bi nga xam ne nii nguur gi ñu ngi ko daan def lu jéggi dayoo.
Two takeaways from this.
jël nag ñaari boor.
Coaching a witness, telling a witness to lie on the oath in your case.
di yeetal nag ab seede di ko wax na mu fen wax loo xam ne du dëgg ci te jamono boobu mu ngi waat.
As opposed to stating the facts as they are.
di wax nag li nga xam ne nii moom lañ bëgg ne mu wax ko ne mooy dëgg.
You also have honest Gambians.
waaye nag am nañ ay Gambien yoo xam ne nii yu jub lañ.
This Kabiru risked losing his job.
Kabiru bi nag bañu toon sax ñàkk liggéeyam.
He risked being charged and imprisoned.
bañu tax ñu jàpp ko yóbbu ko téye ko.
Yet he spoke truth to power.
ba léegi rek wax na dëgg.
Have an attorney general.
nga am attorney general.
I mean, be part of a process.
bokk nag ci anam goo xam ne.
Threatening a witness.
di xupp nag ab seede.
Really, it baffles me.
nekk na loo xam ne daal doy na waar.
Fast forward to the case.
li jëm seg si case boobu.
Case was presided over by Justin Monahan.
di mbir moo xam ne ki ko doon atte mooy Justice Monahan.
Who eventually acquitted and discharged Maimouna Tall.
mu jéegi sax daal mu ewi Maimouna Tall.
And we had a tip-off.
ci lañ jot nag benn xibaar.
That there was a plan to arrest her.
ne am na pexe muñ defoon na pour jàppaat ko.
Can I continue? So after we made a plan.
ci lañ def benn pexe.
After her acquittal.
gannaaw buñ ko bàyyee.
So we had two different cars. Her dad's car went towards the direction of her house.
am na ñaari oto benn oto baayam bi jëm ca fi mu dëkk.
And we put her in a taxi.
ñu dugal ko ci taxi.
So she went to her grandmother's house in Lancaster.
mu dem nag ci këri maamam ci Lancaster.
Stayed there for like an hour.
mu toog fa lu dem ci diira benn waxtu.
Then we got her to terminal.
ñu dal di ko yóbbu terminal.
Took one of these canoes.
ñu dugal ko ci gaal yu ndaw yi.
Crossed to Bara.
ñu jàll dem Bara.
And went around the border.
ñu dal di dem ci frontière bi ci border bi.
Had a family member pick her up and took her to Dakar.
ñu am kenn ci suñ mbokk yi ku ko jël yóbbu ko Dakar.
I think later on that day.
ci bés boobu.
They came to the house looking for her.
ñu ñëw ci kër gi di ko seet.
She would have been arrested.
suñ ko gisoon na dañ ko doon jàppale.
Of course, she went on to live abroad, and now is top international advisor with ICAO in Montreal.
fi mu nekk nii nag mu ngi liggéey feneen.
You've actually raised two important issues here.
am na ñaari mbir yu am solo yoo xam ne wax nga ko fi.
That is with respect to the Ministry of Justice.
mu ngi aju nag ci liggéeykaay ministre bi saytu atte bi.
You intimated that the Ministry of Justice were involved in coaching witnesses for this particular case.
wax nga ne liggéeykaay boobu nag ñu ngi doon fexe nag pour xamal seede bi li mu war a wax.
Because of the political interest in this case.
ndax li nga xam ne mbiri politique daf ci lalu.
And also the Attorney General.
ak ki nga xam ne mooy Attorney General.
And some officers of the NIA.
ak ñenn ñuy liggéey NIA.
were also
ñoomi tamit.
involved in threatening a witness that spoke the truth in court.
ñu ngi bokkoon nag di xuppa seede boo xam ne moom dëggaam la wax rek ci court bi.
Was this in fact the first time wherein the Ministry of Justice had used their office to persecute Gambians in court?
ndax bi mooy njëlbeen yoon nag liggéeykaay ministre bi saytu wàlli atte bi ñuy jëfoo seen office nag pour noot waa Gambie ci court bi.
I mean, it's definitely not the first time. I mean, it was systematic.
lii nag nekkul njëlbeen yoon bi lii nekk na loo xam ne dañ ko jikkoo.
Every time the ex-president wants to deal with an opponent or someone considered a threat to his political power or economic power.
koo xam ne nii nag gis na président bi mu ngi doon jëflante moom mu gis ne kooka daal ku doon teg tànkam la ci loo xam ne mu ngi aju ci wàlli koom-koomam ci wàlli politique wala ci koom-koomam.
One of the instruments that he used routinely.
yenn ci place yi nga xam ne nii njëfandaay bi mu daan jëfoo daal ci luy bari.
was the Minister of Justice.
mooy buntu attekaay bi ministre bi saytu wàlli atte bi ci réew mi.
In fact, we used to joke about it and call it Minister of Injustice.
ñun sax léegi ñu koy kafe ne Minister of Injustice ministre bi saytu wàlli ñàkk luwa.
Because they did a lot of injustice to Gambian people.
ndax def nañ ay ñàkk luwa jubadi yu bari ci kaw Gambien yi.
As instruments of oppression and persecution.
di jëfandaay boo xam ne njëfandaay noteel la.
They were very pliant.
nekk nañ ñoo xam ne
they would look at every possible way of making the law serve the purpose of what Jammeh wanted.
toujours rek dañuy jéem a def nag li nga xam ne nii mooy jëfoo loi bi pour li Jammeh bugg.
We have received a testimony from the former Solicitor General.
am na seede yuñ fi jot nag mu bàyyeekoo ci ki nekkoon Solicitor General.
who testified that oftentimes during the Jammeh regime.
nga xam ne doxe na seede jamono yu bari nag ci jamono yu Jammeh.
Crimes such as economic crime, abuse of office, giving false information to a public officer, were used as a weapon against Jammeh opponents. You have also used the strong, very strong language in addressing the status quo of the Ministry of Justice at that time. You said the ministry was used as an instrument of injustice and oppression. Was this a sentiment that was shared among lawyers?
I mean, this is not only a sentiment, it's a fact.
Born
out by the experience. And Gambians felt the brunt of this. Journalists felt it. Civil society activists felt it. I mean, all those false information charges, all those charges of sedition, I mean, economic crimes. I mean, you can go on and on. Even the preposterous, burdensome bail conditions given to suspects who are supposed to be presumed to be innocent and found guilty.
The
system of carting you to a court, knowing that court doesn't have jurisdiction. They know it. That if I take you to this court on Friday, there's no jurisdiction, you will go to mile 2, and then the judiciary in courts will, either judiciary or police, will take their time to move that file to Aegis chambers, who have to write an opinion. They'll take their time to write an opinion, whether to prosecute or not to prosecute,
lii nag nekk na jamono boo xam ne nii ci jumtuwaay boobu lañ dee def def ko ci waxtu woo xam ne léegi su fekkee aljuma la mu leer na ne code boobu mënta uyu nag atte boobu ñu dal di ko toxal yow nga nekk rek ci kaso bu ko defee ñu dal di àggale kayit yooyu pour sàkku ndigal ci Aegis Chamber mu jël waxtu ñoom it balaa ñu lay jox ndigal ne dañ la war a atte wala duñ ko war a atte.
So essentially, the legal opinions depend on what Jammeh wanted.
kon nag dafa mel ni sax li nga xam ne nii moo nekkoon dogaluwaay ñi nga xam ñoo nekkoon ci wàlli atte bi mooy li Yaya Jammeh bëggoon rek.
Suppose what the law is.
nga xam ne mu ngi mel ni li nga xam ne loolu la nga xam ne wute naag li nga xam ne loolu la luwaa gis.
In this case as well, you mentioned the direct involvement of the Attorney General in threatening a witness.
ci kaw loolu tam wax nga fi Attorney General ne moom dafa bokk ci ñi nga xam ne ñoo di xuppa seede yi.
This information I have directly from the witness, and I can give you his name. You can call him, he can come here and say it himself.
lii nag nekk na xibaar boo xam ne nii ci seede bi ci boppam laa ko jële mën naa leen a jox turam ak nombam ngeen téléphone ko mu ñëw fii mu wax.
And the Attorney General is supposed to be a person that upholds the law and advises the government on legalities, not so.
Attorney General moom nit la koo xam ne dafa war a doxee lépp lu aju ci wàlli luwa te moo war a yedda nguur gi ci anam yoo xam ne dañoo sukkandiku ci luwa.
Supposedly, yes.
Wow.
And I just, in fact, you cast my, I just recalled something I missed out yesterday.
fàttali nga ma loo xam ne nii sax day fàtte woon naa ko démb.
Excuse my frankness, I just say it as it is.
We appreciate that.
Just lang ma wax ko rek ni mu amee.
Antuman Gay's prosecution.
Atteb Antuman Gay.
I mean his prosecution and by the state and his imprisonment by Justice Paul.
Attem biñ ko atte woon nag di nguur gi ak niñ ko tëjee woon di Justice Paul.
There's a background story that I have to tell you.
am na nag benn mbir mu fa xew loo xam ne dinaa leen ko wax.
And this story I learned of it later on.
lii nag gannaaw gi laa ko door a yëg.
And this story was told to me
lii nag dañ ma ko wax
by a minister who was a sitting minister.
koo xam ne nii ministre la woon.
In Jammeh's government.
ci nguuri Jammeh.
Who happens to be a family member.
tey tamit nag nekk suma mbokka.
I write down his name.
ma binda turam nag.
You know, when Jammeh, whenever he came back from a foreign trip,
bu Jammeh jóge ko ci bitim réew.
the entire top brass would queue from the general to everybody will queue.
borom ndombo tànk yëpp dañooy rang.
Ministers, even Chief Justice in those days.
ñëpp ministre yi ba ci Chief Justice bi.
To pay homage to him.
dal di ko teeru.
Because actually, if he didn't come, and he notices, if you actually did not come,
soo ñëwutee nag.
you'll be in trouble.
da nga am problème de.
That was the system.
loolu nag moo ne woon nekkin bi.
So basically, I was informed that when Jammeh came down,
yëgal ne ma ni Jammeh bi mu wàcc see.
he was greeting all the ministers. He was greeting all the ministers.
ci jamono bi nga xam ne mu ngi doon nuyu ministre yi.
He came to Cheikh Tidiane Haidara.
mu ñëw si Cheikh Tidiane Haidara.
He refused to greet him.
mu bañ koo jox loxo.
Because Jammeh, apparently, if he's mad with you, he cannot hide it. He will show you his dismay or disgust.
Jammeh bu la meree du koy nëbba de.
And
One place.
so Jammeh came up to him, and this was told, the person who told me was actually on that line.
ki ma ko wax na mu ngi woon ci rang googu.
So Jammeh came up to him and told him, when he reached out to Jammeh, Jammeh just sort of like snapped him. And he was
accéléré pour jox loxo de Jammeh teggi ko.
visibly like worried because and in those days, when Jammeh is upset with you, you cannot determine what the consequence would be.
jamono jooju bu la yaa Jammeh meree rek doo mun a xam sax lu cay fàqee ko.
And he said, you're not doing your job.
ci la ko wax ne ko yow nekkoo di def sa liggéey.
I told you I want you to lock up Antuman Gay And somebody else, I forgot the person's name.
Make
sure you lock him up. And that's when the ball starts rolling. I want to put that on record.
And according to you, that's what set the pace for the prosecution of Antuman Gay?
Yes.
And this was under the same minister, Sheikh Tijan Haidara?
Absolutely.
Wow.
Can you just tell us about some of the interference of the Office of the Attorney General in the prosecution of politically motivated cases?
Attorney General ni mo dugale gémmiñam ci ay case yo xamne dal mbiri politique moko lal.
Yes, I was involved as one of my first cases as a lawyer, private lawyer.
Bokana suma njëlbeni case yo nga xamne moy jamono bi nga xam ma ngi nek lawyer, private lawyer.
It was a German guy who bought a huge piece of land in Tranquil.
Di ben doomi jaman bo xamne ni dafa jënd pak bu yaatu ci Tranquil.
In 1991.
Ci atum 1991.
He fenced it.
Mu dal di ko fence.
And leased it.
Dal di ko lease.
And allowed the locals to farm on it.
Te temen bayna ni ñu nek di ci bay.
Around sometime in 97.
Ci yenn jamono 97.
The alcalo of Bijulo and 5 other agents.
Alcalo bu Bijulo ak yeneen juróomi agent.
They marketed the land into 22 plots.
Ñu daldi dog nak jatti jo ci ñaar fukki plot ak ñaar.
And sold it to different people.
Ñu jaay ko ay nit.
So I was his lawyer.
Ma nekkon lawyer am bi.
So I filed a suit.
Ma daldi def ben clamé.
Get possession and evict the trespassers.
Pour nak ñu daldi até nak ñi nga xamné ñoko def.
One of those trespassers.
Kenn nak ci ñi nga xamné ni ñoo def lolu.
Was a Dutch guy.
Wa doomi Dutch la.
And his lawyer.
Lawyer am bi.
Was Lamin Jobate.
Lamin Jobate la won.
I think commonly known as Babanding.
Ñu xam gën ko xamé Babanding.
I recall, and so I wrote to all the, before I even filed my suit, I wrote to all the trespassers. To give them notice.
This Babanding that you're referring to?
Kan moy Babanding mi nga wax ni?
Lamin Jobate.
Lamin Jobate.
Was he one time Minister of Justice?
Yes. He became, I'll get to that. At the time, he was a private legal practitioner. I remember, so he called me to a meeting. We met at Baobab Lodge. With my client, Band George Dietrich, German. And his agent, Aliu Bari. So I told him my client has a lease. So can I see it? We took out a lease. The original document, looked at it, checked it out. Showed him receipts of land rent paid up to date. He said, okay, I'm not going to fight this case. There's no point. But my client has already built a story building here. So I agreed, let's value the land and you pay off and we forget about the issue as far as you're concerned. He agreed. We went to court. And so he never participated in the court proceedings. We went to court with everybody else, including his defendants, including his client. With the understanding that when we have judgment, we will settle. That was the understanding. So when we had, by the time we had judgment, he became Attorney General. And everything changed. So we had judgment. We went to execute. And some of the judgment debtors settled.
yenn nag ci ateka yu ñooñu dal di ko arrangé.
One of them was a Mohamed Silla.
Kenn ci ñoom na mooy Mohamed Silla.
He settled through his lawyer Aida Drame.
Mu dal di arrangé mbiram nag ci jaare ko ci lawyer Aida Drame.
He paid my client the agreed amount.
Mu fay nag suma client bi ci li nga xam ne loolu lañ nangotoo.
And can you believe Mr. Jobate?
Mr. Jobate
orchestrated the arrest, charge, detention, and deportation of my client.
Mu fexe nag ñu dal di jàpp tuuma ak itamit delloo suma client boobu mu ñu dellu réew.
He claimed that my client did not pay capital gains tax on that settlement.
Mu ne nag suma client bi du daan fay ay naama ci place boobu.
He got my client first detained at Bruceby station.
Ci lañ jàpp nag suma client bi ci Bruceby police station.
At the time I was working with my senior Mr. Mene. I brought him in because the case was very hot and very contentious.
Jamono boobu nag maa ngi liggéey ak suma kenn ci suma kilifa di Mene ndax mbir moom lu diis la woon.
That's lawyer Chris Mene.
Di lawyer bu ñu xamee Chris Mene.
So I decided to go to the Bruceby police station.
Ma dem nag ci Bruceby police station bi.
And I asked one of my colleagues, Omar Jawara, who's a friend and a lawyer, to accompany me.
Kenn suma xarit lawyer la Omar Jawara mu ànd ak man.
When I went there,
bi ma fa demee.
The police told me I will not meet the client.
Ci leen ma wax ne du ma gisante ak suma client bi.
He was behind bars.
Ndax boobu mu ngi ci kaso ñu ko téye.
Then Babanding calls.
Babanding na call.
Tells them, arrest any lawyer who comes here.
Ci la wax ne jàpp leen lawyer bu fa ñëw rek téye leen ko.
And he actually threatened me.
Tey tamit nag ci la ma doon tikku.
Threatened me. If I know what's good for me, I should leave this case.
Ci la ma wax nag ne bu fekkee ne xam naa lu gën ci man naa génn ci case boobu.
And did he tell you this personally?
Yes.
Te moom moo la ko wax ni jaxaran.
On the phone, he told me.
Ci téléphone.
I mean, if you see, I will tell him in his face. He told me.
Loolu la ma wax.
I mean, and Mr. Mene was also threatened.
Mr. Mene tamit ñu dal di ko tikku.
If he came, he would tell you.
Su fi ñëwee dana la ko wax.
By the same Babanding.
Babanding ci boppam.
Because he had so much control over the police, because he was an ex-security person.
Ndax moom ku doon yëngu ci wàlli kaaraange la.
Police, NIA, he got it all locked down. He controlled.
Dafa control ñëpp police ak NIA yëpp.
In the end, my client was taken to mile 2.
Mu jéegi suma client bi ñu yóbbu ko mile 2.
Imagine you own your property, you invest in a country, you bought your property.
Nga jënd sa def sa xaalis ci réew jënd sa.
Stole your property.
ñu nangu sa ñu sàcc ko.
You ended up being locked up.
Nga mujjee ñu tëj la.
And they were saying, oh, this guy is a tubab. I said, tubabs don't have rights.
ñu daa wane ay kii tubaab la kanaa tubaab amul yelleef.
Locked up. This guy he's a psychiatrist, a very well reputable psychiatrist in Germany.
Nekk na ni koo xam ne nii.
Highly educated.
Ku am xam-xam la ci jamono.
High net worth individual.
Waaw ku am
Put him in
jokkoo.
mile 2 with this Aliou Diallo. And then they bundled him and deported him out of this country.
ñu dal di ko jàpp yóbbu delloo ko réewam.
I would like to exhibit the article that actually carried the story.
Dama bëgg a teewal fii nag li nga xam ne nii mooy xibaar yi nga xam ne nii moo wax mbiram.
With the permission of the chair.
Ci ndigalu chairman bi.
You're saying that the Attorney General at that time, Mr. Babanding Jobate,
Attorney General Babanding Jobate
used his office
moom dafa jëfoo office am
as if it was his private office
mel ni moom alali boppam la
to fight a civil matter
yes.
pour xeex mbir
in which he was involved in while he was a private practitioner.
la nga xam ne moom ba moo liggéeyal boppam moom moo nekkoon lawyer
And he used state resources to enforce it.
léegi nag mu jëfoo li nga xam ne moo di alali nguur gi pour doxal loolu.
That is correct. I'll find it later.
Waaw loolu noonu la demee.
That is correct. And it didn't even stop there.
Ayul foofu rek de.
I'm sure most of you remember that recording that led to the imprisonment of Justice Wowo and co.
Boo fàttale ko record boobu ñu recordé ba nga xam ne ni Justice Wowo ci lañ ko jàppoon ak ñeneen.
Please give us a brief background about it.
So basically, Sitting Minister of Justice
mooy ministre bi justice bi toog si siis bi jamono boobu.
Summons Justice Wo,
or Justice Wo,
my client and his attorney,
suma client bi ak lawyer bi,
and Mr. Mene, who's a lawyer who was now handling the case. I stepped back.
Mr. Mene mi nga xam ne ni moom mujjee woon téye mbir mi gannaaw boo xam ne ma dellu naa gannaaw.
A fourth lawyer, Nigerian lawyer.
Ak ñeenteel bi di benn doomi Nigerian di lawyer.
And they met at lawyer Jobate's house.
ñu dal di tasee si néegi ke Jobaate ba këram.
This is a matter that actually was in the Court of Appeal at the time, because the judgment that was appealed, the High Court judgment.
lii na nekk na jamono boo xam ne nii ñu ngi ko doon d'appel ci
and
court
at that
d'appel.
point in time,
te ci jamono boobu.
Justice Wo was president of the Court of Appeal.
te jamono Justice Wo moo nekkoon président yi Court of Appeal bi.
You know that. They met
ñu tase.
and discussed.
di waxtaan.
And Mr. Jobate basically was telling
Mr. Jobate boobu ngay wax Mene.
Tell his client to
wax
accept
clientam bi.
1 million.
pour mu nangu.
That 1 million you've been hearing in that tape.
waaw mu nangoo jël benn 1 million dalasi.
Because that property is worth way more than that. At that point in time, my client was like, I'm not going. Before, my client was happy to take 1 million, but when it went that far, he said, no, I will only take the market value.
ci la wax na boo suma client mi nangoo tut ko.
So, Mr. Justice, Minister of Justice at the time,
ki nga xam ne mooy Minister of Justice jamono boobu ba léegi de.
who is also the lawyer of this Dutch guy, I think his name is Andre.
nga xam ne nii moom mooy lawyer yi Dutch boobu noonu Andre.
Was putting pressure on my client.
mu ngi teg note ci suma kaw client bi.
Accept a settlement of 1 million.
pour mu nangu nag lu dem ci benn million dalasi.
And he said, you know, the judge is here. He's already seen the file, and just so there's a recording. I'll give it to you.
mu ne ko judge bi xam nga gis na file bi.
Just so said.
Justice Wo wax ne.
Well, I've already seen the file. You're better off settling.
man gis naa file ba pare kanaa lu doon nga setul ko rek.
But little did they know that.
xamuñu woon ne.
My client had a recorder.
time boobu suma client mu ngi amee recorder.
And that was a recording that went viral.
booy record boobu nga xam ne nii mu ngi tasaaroo woon ci jaww ji.
But for the record,
waaye pour nag ñu leeral.
they were not trying to bribe Justice Wo.
ne ko ñoon dañ doon fexe pour dukku nag Justice Wo de.
What was wrong about it was not about the bribery. It's about the presence at that meeting.
li fa nekkoon lu ñaaw nekkul pour bribe bi rek pour dukku ko de waaye teewaayam ci meeting boobu la woon.
And this was a matter that was sub judice before Justice Wo.
Yes.
ndax lii na nekk na.
And he had a meeting outside the court with Mr. Mene.
te am na waxtaan ci gannaaw court bi Mr. Mene.
The client, Mr. Mene accompanied his client. He was asked to come by a client.
Mr. Mene na mu ngi àndoon ak clientam bi.
And the client's attorney Aliou Barry.
ak clientam moom Aliou Barry.
They were called by Mr. Jobate, and he went there with the view that they want to settle something. And then
ñu dem nag pour seet ni comme na dafa am lu ñuy waxtaanee.
found Justice Wo was there.
ñu gis ne Justice Wo mu ngi fa woon.
So, if you look at one of the petitions I submitted,
benn nag ci tawat yi ma àggale.
during the time Lumna was president,
jamono bi nga xam ne Lumna moo nekkoon président bi.
was actually a complaint against the people who attended that meeting.
nekk na nag tawat boo xam ne mu ngi jëm ci nit ñi nga xam ne ñoo teewoon ci meeting boobu.
I mean, I can also, I have some documents I think I can.
I have, is it the petition that has Mr. Mboch, Mene, and other lawyers?
Exactly.
We'll submit it later before
Exactly.
commission.
Exactly. So basically, I mean, in the end, Justice Wo ended up being fired. That audio went to the President Jammeh. Then he fired and locked up Justice Wo. I think also the Minister of Justice also, I think, took a fall.
Minister of Justice, even
though I don't think the way the president fired was constitutional.
Naam na xam naa sax ni ñu raxee luwa dëpputa yoon.
Because there's a way there's a way that judges are disciplined.
Am na anam goo xam ne noonu la ñuy yaree.
He did not follow the procedure. He just fired him and sent him to mile 2.
Daf ko dàq rek dal di ko sànni
just like Justice Wo did for others.
Comme ni nga xamee noonu la Justice Wo def ñeneen ñi moom it.
I'm not encouraging that. I mean, I think everybody deserves due process.
Nekku ne dama xeetal loolu de waaye kenn ku ne am na
I think he deserves due process and he didn't get it.
Yaakaar naa waroon nañ ko jaaree si foofu te jaarut fa.
And the hiring and firing of judges is actually stipulated in the Constitution.
Yes.
Which was not followed by the president in this instance. A total disregard for the Constitution in this case as well. Even though the conduct of Justice Wo was also quite unethical.
Yeah, it fell short of standards. I think it was a disciplinary matter, but I didn't think it warranted his imprisonment. In fact, he took Gambia to the ECOWAS court and won his case. I think it cost us about $200,000 or $250,000. I think that should be to the account of Jammeh.
Which could have been avoided if due process was followed.
Exactly.
Here we see it is your testimony that the former Attorney General, Justice Jabate, took advantage of the system in also ensuring that his own personal agenda is fulfilled. That is the agenda of his former client or client. Was the man still his client while he was Attorney General? Because it's quite confusing.
Well, I mean, because the man didn't have any other lawyer, and the man relied on him. Translation.
I apologize, the translation. Me to repeat it?
Yes.
Okay, I'll do so. I said the scenario you just explained is quite confusing. Because the Attorney General at that time was the former lawyer of the man. And while he was Attorney General, he was still pursuing the interests of his former client. Which begs the question of whether he was still having control as his client's lawyer while serving as Attorney General.
Lolo tax nak may laajte ndax jamono yiñ ko falé def ko Attorney General ba légui mu ngi doon nekk lawyer clientam bobu.
Well, he definitely acted in a manner that suggests that he was still representing the client, because at that meeting there was nobody else representing Andre.
Ci jamono ci anam gi mu doon doxé mu ngi melni dal ba légui rek mo togalon clientam bobu ndax ci meeting bobu amuton ken ku fa togalon clientam bi.
And he was negotiating on his behalf whilst wearing the cap of AG.
Te momit mu ngi domono bobu mu ngi doon waxtané ci turam te bobu mu ngi sol mbaxanam AG.
Which was also an abuse of his office as well.
Absolutely. I mean, the whole idea was to intimidate, because to intimidate Brian George and even Mr. Mene, because he didn't have a choice. He was sitting there as a lawyer, couldn't do anything about it. Then Brian George and Aliu Jallo, because I recall when the meeting was about to hold, I was called by this Aliu Bari. I said, there's no way I can participate in such a meeting, because this meeting shouldn't hold. And when after the meeting, he called me and told me, I have an audio. I said, audio of what? He said, I recorded everything. I said, what? Sorry. I said, you're kidding me, excuse my language. He said, yes.
Amna bañ ma ñaké call pour ma téw ci meeting mané man mënuma téw ci façon meeting bu mel nonu.
So I'm like, wow, I'm like, that is very serious. He said, well, I'm actually going to take it to the British embassy, because both, I mean, Aliu is British national and Brian is German, I said, well, I mean, I'm like, this is too messy for me. I don't want to get involved in this, but just be careful. But then anyway, he sent me, he said, send me a copy to keep for safekeeping, which I did.
Yónnee na ma nag benn copy ci lim recordon gannaaw bu mu waxee ne daf ko yóbbu.
And when I listened to it, I could not believe my ears. I'm like,
ba ma dégloo nag mënuma gëm sax ne lii man dégg naa ko.
This is a really, really serious issue.
Yeah.
And it just boils down to the fact that the office of the Attorney General was misused both by the president and also by some of the Attorney Generals that served during his tenure.
Loolu mu ngi mel ni mbir mu doy waar nga wax nii de ndaxte dafa mel ni ki nga xam ne mooy woon Attorney General daf ko doon wéeru ci li nga xam ne mooy doole bi mu doon jaay office am bi nga xam ne moom la jiite woon ci jamono jooju pour doxal loo xam ne dafa neex kilifa yi.
Can you kindly tell us when this case was going on? The case involving Judge Derrick and
Idris. Okay.
Dañu mën a wax ban jamono la case bi doon dox.
The case started around 2005.
Case bi nag mu ngi commencé ci boori atum 2005.
And up till 2010, I believe.
Ba ci jamono 2010 ci li ma yaakaar daal.
I mean, in fact, the case is still kind of going on.
Dafa mel sax case ba léegi mu ngi nekk di dox.
I mean, I'm sure there was this big issue on TV about people's houses being taken by this European. That's the case, and I think it's important that we tell the truth, because for me, truth sees no color. I mean, the guy owned the land, he bought it, he paid for it, and he was very generous to the community of Bigelow. He contributed in the mosque in Bigelow, he put his money there. And because he's a white man, they sold his land. And in this country, sometimes they think as long as the Tubab is involved, you can scam them and it's okay. And that's a very bad mentality. So people just jump into these issues as a white man versus a Gambian without looking at the facts.
Lii na mbir la moo xam ne mu ngi mel ni rek ñu ngi seet ne tubaab la te kooku na defal na waa Bigelow yu bëri seen jumaa ji dugal na ci koparam te mujjee gi daal ñu yaakaar ne comme que tubaab la rek luñ ko def rek du mujjee fen.
And it is the lapses in the judicial system that actually fueled it up till today.
Lii mooy gàllankoor gi nekk ci bunti àtte bi nga xam ne ba léegi moo faa dox.
Yeah, I mean, and in fact, there was a task force that was set up by Jammeh, extrajudicial task force, after the exhaustion of all legal avenues. We clearly affirmed that the owner is Banjak Dajdrish. This task force came and decided that this land, we're going to give it to you Gambians. So those Gambians, they have land on an executive order, and they continue with building their mansions and their savings, whereas there's a court order that clearly states that this land belongs to somebody else.
Court bi nag lim dogaloon moo nekk ne tubaab bi moom kër googu mujjee gi nag yaa jàmme joxe order task force boo xam ne ñoo ñëw joxe ndigal ne yéen land suuf si kon jox nañ ko Gambien ci ñoom ñu continuer di tabax jëlee nag amee doole jooju ci ndigal lu jóge koo ci moom.
And frankly, as a lawyer, I mean, when I saw Ban Judge being deported, I mean that's one of the most humiliating. I mean, as a lawyer, I felt like useless.
ci jamono boobu nag ma gis ne comme que lawyer la ma gis ne nag ko ñàkk njëriñ la gannaaw boo xamee ne gis naa ne suma client bi dal dinañ ko jël delloo ko réewam.
I felt like, what's the point of being a lawyer? I mean, if you can't help your clients.
ma xalaat ma ne lan mooy njëriñ ñi nekk lawyer bu fekkee ne mënoo dimbale sa client bi.
You have a judgment. It's like paper. You cannot enforce it.
mu ngi mel ni kay la rek doo ko mën a forcer.
And then there's no rule of law.
amul benn topp loi bu am.
And I mean, the Ban Judge died. I mean, I haven't been in touch with him for like more than 5 years. But I know that after he came back to enforce his judgment because we have a democracy.
jamono bi ñu amee na démocratie nii ci la ñëw pour jéem a lijjantiwaat atteem.
Now he's able to enforce his rights.
léegi nag mu ngi ñëw pour force pour jéem a digal na yelleefam comme ni ko court dogale.
Thank you very much for that.
Yeah, I can email you the article. I just pulled it up.
We'll be grateful for that. Let's talk about, yesterday we discussed the tenure of Justice Ajim as Chief Justice.
Justice Ajim bam nekkee Chief Justice.
And you did mention that it was during his time that the judiciary sort of lost all its independence to the executive. Did this continue even after him?
Justice Ajim
Yes, I mean, Justice Ajim built a system.
Justice Ajim dafa fi defoon benn système boo xam ne nii.
And even when he left, his proteges were still in the system.
Ba bi mu fi jógee ko sax ndawam yi ñoom ñu ngi fi woon.
I mean, Fangbele, I think he was deputy DPP under Ajim.
moo nekkoon deputy DPP ci kanam Ajim.
I think you're better placed to confirm that. At some point, I think he was deputy DPP.
I think so. I was not there at that point.
DPP. So Fangbele's trajectory is almost similar to Ajim's, actually, if you think about it.
daanaka daal mbiram mu ngi niroog bu Ajim rek.
Then he went to the High Court.
mu dem si High Court bi.
Court of Appeal.
Court of Appeal.
Fast track CJ.
mu jégi mu nekk CJ Chief Justice.
For somebody who came here, I mean, with less than stellar credentials, end up being Chief Justice.
koo xam ne ñëw na fi ci ay këy yoo xam ne sax ma neexee ma ne motul mu jee mu dem ba nekk CJ.
Only for one reason.
ci benn mbir rek de.
Very malleable and pliant who can be used like rubber to do whatever the state wanted.
di koo xam ne nii nag mun naa def lu nga xam ne loolu la nguur gi soxla rek.
That was his only value proposition.
loolu rek moo nekkoon par exemple bu wér.
And the signs were there before.
te itamit mandarga yi ñu ngi fa woon. balaa loolu.
Sorry.
Proceed, please.
Is it okay? Remember, it was the same Fagbele who tried to, when Mariam Denton Jack was released, the same Fagbele was the one who came to, for new charges in Monahan's court.
moom menn Fagbele boobu rek mooy jamono bi nga xamee ni bàyyi nañ Mariam Denton moo ñëwaat ak yeneen tuuma yu es.
Now, the same Fagbele now is from the prosecutor's side, now he's on the bench.
léegi Fagbele nekkatu ci prosecutor side bi léegi mu ngi ci bench bi.
Same mindset.
ci benn xalaat bi rek.
Just as a side, it looks like a lot of the people on the bench were prosecutors, so we have all these prosecutor-minded judges.
ñoo nag ñu ci bari ay atekat la fi mu nekk nii nag buñ nekkee ci atekaay bu mag bi di dogal ay court mu ngi mel ni benn yoon bi la rek.
They build their careers, molded their careers, prosecuting or persecuting with executive interference. Mentored by Ajim.
liñ daan doxee rek mooy li nga xam ne nii mooy uyu ndigal lu jógee ci kaw di loo xam ne li ko sos mooy Ajim.
You mentioned executive interference. Can you please elaborate on that with respect to the judiciary?
wax nga njiiti réew mi lim daan dugal gémmiñam ci wàlli atte bi ndax di nga mën a gën a leeral loolu.
I think judicial appointments were, even though the power to appoint judges is the JSC, Judicial Service Commission. They recommend candidates, and the president appoints.
buntu boobu nga xam ne mooy JSC ñoom nag ñoo daan ràññee ay nit pour ñu mun a nekk attekaay ci court bu kawe yi bu ko wee nag président bi dal di ko nangu.
And under the constitution, it's very clear.
The ron constitution di luwaay réew mi nag leer na fa ne.
The JSC.
ne JSC bi.
shall be independent.
ñoom nag dinañ nekk ñoo xam ne dañooy dox ak seen sago.
In discharging its duties, which means that.
si jamono boo xamee ñu ngi doxal nag seen liggéey.
There cannot be any executive interference.
te wane ne daal amul benn lameñ woo xam ne jóge ko ca kaw.
When it comes to the work of the JSC.
bu fekkee ne ñëw nañ ci loi GSC liggéeyam.
But what actually happens is that
lii fi gën a fës nag mooy
people who lobby to be judges at State House.
ñoom na ñu bari dañuy jéem a lijjanti pour nekk judge ca State House.
Or those who are close to the president will recommend people who think that will cut the mold.
Wala ñi nga xam ne ni ñoo jege président bi dañ ko ràññee ay nit ñoo xam ne ni dañ doxee.
You just mentioned something quite significant.
wax nga fi léegi leen na lu am solo nag.
You said people will lobby to be judges.
Yes.
ne nit ñi dañoo dem pour ut ndax ñu tànn leen def leen judge.
How did you know that people lobbied to be judges, and if you know who are these people that were lobbying to be judges?
naka nga ko xamee ak ndax xam nga ñi nga xam ne ñoo daan dem pour wax ndax ñu def leen judges.
I'm privy to several instances where people have lobbied at the highest level to be judges.
Dama daan yëg nag yenn yu bari yoo xam ne nii am na ñoo xam ne daal ñu ngi ko daan lijjanti.
But I don't think some of these people are sitting judges.
Am na ñoo xam ne nii ay jooj yu toog lañ ci jamono bi.
For the respect of the dignity of the office.
Ci cër bi nga xam ne jox naa ko darajaay office ba.
I will refrain from mentioning names.
Duma tudd ay tur.
I don't think it will do anybody any good to mention their names at this point.
Du baax na pour nag ñu tudd seen tur ci jamono bi.
But I will tell you something.
waaye danaa la waxal nag benn mbir.
As we speak today,
ni ñuy waxee nii tey.
there are people who lobbied to be judges.
ñi nga xam ne ñoo doon lijjanti pour nekk ay judge.
Through State House, the current State House.
jaaree ko nag ca State House.
And our current judges.
di nekk ay judge léegi.
The practice still continued even after Jammeh's era. And as a seasoned legal practitioner, can you tell us the dangers associated with individuals lobbying to be judges instead of being identified under the JS to be judges?
I think I want to take you back. I think one needs to understand
the
importance of an independent judiciary.
The independent judiciary
An independent judiciary
independent judiciary
plays an important role ensuring we have the required checks and balances between the different arms of government. Because it is only the judiciary that can tell anyone, I mean anyone, including the president, parliament, what is law, what is not law, what is constitutional. It's a very powerful role. That kind of responsibility, remember, they are not elected. Appointed. So they have to extol the highest virtue. It's like how we choose our imams, our pastors. They have to be the paragon of virtue. They have to be principled. Under no circumstances, their independence will be compromised. That is aside from being competent. So it's not any job. It's a calling. And if we had a more independent judiciary, it would have made it harder for the dictatorship to last, I mean, as long as it did, or to have that impact it did on us. So, for people to now lobby, Wanting to be a judge, it's not about getting a paycheck. It's not about a salary.
Pour am nek judge nekut lo xamne ni pour fay la wala am check.
In advanced jurisdiction, people take a pay cut to be a judge.
Ci kaw lo na ci yenn fo xamne ni am na judiciaire bu baax.
Because the caliber of people who can be judges,
ñi nga xamne ni ñoo wara mëna nek judges di attekaay yoyu,
would definitely make more money as private practitioners. There's no doubt about that.
ñoo gëna mëna def jël xaalis nak ñi nga xamne ñoy dox dépasse.
When people start lobbying for judges,
bu fekkee ni ñangé
to be a judge,
pour lijanti pour nek attekat,
that is problematic.
lool kon am na nek na jafe-jafe.
In essence, you're saying that a weakened judiciary will be equal to a weakened democracy.
Bon dafa melni bunti atte bo xamne dal dafa nasax bon dafa melni lu tam dafa nasaxal doxini démocratie.
A weak judiciary
Judiciary bu nasax
would mean that you cannot speak of the rule of law.
dafa melni mënuloo wax sax li nga xamne moy topam loi.
Who upholds the rule of law?
Day tamit moy li dinga nak top loi.
Strong, independent judiciary.
Judiciary bo xamne bu deuguer la bo xamne ni and nak sagom.
Supported by a strong, independent bar.
Taxaw ko nak di ba mbotay lawyer yo xamne ñu ngi dox ak seen sago.
Because you cannot have an independent bench without an independent bar.
Mënuloo am nak buntu attekaay bo xamne ni dox nak sagom te amulo lawyer yu dox ak seen sago.
Because every judge is a lawyer, first and foremost.
Attekat bo gis nak lawyer la.
And it is us lawyers who go to court, and a judge cannot bring a case on their own.
Xam nga judge bi mom mënuta indil bopam caseam.
But it's lawyers who argue cases before the judges.
Lawyer nak ñoo indi case yu ci judge.
I mean, no matter how much injustice there is, the judge cannot show a motor decide the issue.
Nu munti mel dal judge mënuta dogal nak lolu.
Thank you very much for that. That was quite educative.
I would recommend a paper
Dana ràññeel benn kayit
presented at the judicial. We had a stakeholder workshop early this year.
dañ am nag workshop ni ki si admi fan njëkk ci admi.
And Justice Mame Yacine Sy
Justice Mame Yacine Sy
delivered an excellent paper
daal dina fa àggale kayit bu wér
on the independence of the judiciary.
lu jëm nag ci independence judiciary bi di dox ak sago.
I will submit to you by email if you don't mind. I have it.
naa la ko àggale nag jaarale ko ci email.
We would appreciate that. Let's just discuss some of the excesses that prevailed during the tenure of Justice Fagbele as Chief Justice of the Gambia.
Nañu wax nak mbiri uppal yi nga xamne Justice Fagbele mu ko doon def jamono bi mu nekké Chief Justice bu Gambia.
I mean, Justice Fagbele took it to the lowest of the low. Unlike Ajim was crafty, he was clever, he was sinister, but he knew how to operate in the background.
Ajim nak nek na ni ko xamne ni dafa muusoon te xamna naka la daan yëngatoo.
I think obviously he had more capacity than Fagbele.
Yaakaar naa daal moo gënoon a ëpp xam-xam ni Fagbele.
Fagbele was openly partisan.
Fagbele nag moom ñëpp a ko ràññee ci ban boor la far.
I recall there was when Jammeh decided to pull Gambia out of the Commonwealth.
maa ngi fàttaliku jamono bi nga xamee Jammeh mu ngi doon fexee génnee Gambia ci mbootaayu Commonwealth bi.
There was a big march that was organized at Makati Square, I think.
Amoon na march bu am doole boo xam ne nii ñu ngi ko oote woon na ci Makati Square.
And Fagbele, bought Ashobi.
Fagbele nag ci la jënd ay Ashobi.
Judiciary.
Pour judiciary.
I think sent a memo.
Mu dal di bind nag benn memo.
Directing judges and judicial staff to adorn in Ashobi and goes and show solidarity.
Pour nag ñoom ñëpp ñu génn wane seen kóllëre ak Jammeh.
I hope if
You're telling us that sitting Chief Justice of the Gambia.
yaa ñoo wax ne Chief Justice bi toogoon jamono jooju fii ci réew mi.
Wrote a memo.
dafa bind kayit.
Asking his judges
and
judicial staff to adorn themselves in clothes that are affiliated with the ruling party.
pour ñu sol ay asobi yoo xam ne dafa méngoo ak parti boobu fi jiite woon réew mi.
And go show solidarity to the president.
Pour ñu mun a wone seen kóllare ak président bi.
He himself has worn T-shirts with Jammeh's picture with a hat, cap, as Chief Justice.
Moom si boppam sol na T-shirt boo xam ne ni mu ngi am nataali Yaya Jammeh ak mbaxanaam.
When Jammeh was coming back from the tour,
bu Jammeh daan jóge ko ci tour bi,
he rallied some staff and stood outside and was waving frantically out there.
mu dajale ay ñenn ci liggéeykaayam di ekkati ay loxoom.
I sincerely hope
ma yaakaar ne
this commission ensures
danañu gis ne
the judiciary,
buntu attekaay bi,
not only judges but some of the staff,
nekkul jooju ak ñiy liggéey ci ñu ñëw fii ci commission bi.
we're talking about the truth.
pour ñu fekkee ñu ngi wax dëgg.
We cannot sugarcoat the truth.
mënuñoo rafetal dëgg gi rek.
The judiciary should come.
Judiciary bi foog si ñu ñëw.
People who've been there for a very long time. They should come.
ñi nga xam ne yàggoon nañ fa ñu wax dëgg bi fii.
What happened in the judiciary?
ñu wax lan moo daan am ci judiciary bi.
What I'm telling you is the footnotes.
li ma la wax ni loolu mooy dëgg gi.
I think it's very important for the judiciary to come.
yaakaar naa lu am solo la pour judiciary bi ñëw.
Their stories.
pour nag ñu nettali li nga xam ne loolu lañ xam.
And I mean, something else that, I mean, during the 2016, towards the end of the regime,
ci boori 2016 jëm ci jamono njeexteel nguuram.
when you had, when Solo Sending, may Solo rest in peace, when he's lost his life, and they
jamono bi Solo Sending dee yal na ko yàlla yërëm.
There were protests. There was a protest. Mr. Dabo and his executive were arrested and charged.
am na ñaxtu boo xam ne ni Mr. Dabo defoon na ko ak ay nitam ñu daal di leen jàpp charge leen.
Then the women also were also arrested and charged. So there were three or four different cases going.
ay jigéen yi ñu jàpp leen tey leen am muy ñetti xaaj daal yoo xam ne di ay case la woon.
One of the, I think it was the case of one of the women group.
benn ci mbootaayu jigéen yi.
I think they were protesting around Kanifing or so.
ñu ngi doon di ñaxtoo boori Kanifing.
Fagbele assigned the case to Mansa Konko.
Fagbele dal di jël case mbir moom àggali ko Mansa Konko.
Took the case from, that happened in KM.
loolu mu ngi amee ci KM ci Kombo.
To Mansa Konko because he wanted to frustrate the lawyers, even he knew it would be hard to get lawyers to go to Mansa Konko. Also, just to make it difficult for coordination.
loolu yëpp pour jafeloo mbir mi rek.
And I'm informed by one of the councils, Mr. Gay, who I think you have to make sure he comes here.
waxal na ma itamit kenn ci council di Mr. Gay koo xam ne war nañ ko indi fii.
They were told that it's a trap.
yow nag dañ ko def ne fiit la woon.
You guys get up and go to Mansa Konko, something bad will happen to you.
boo jógee pour dem Mansa Konko ñaaw dana la dal.
It was the same Fagbele.
ci tamit loolu yëpp xalaati Fagbele la.
You recall after December 1st.
gannaaw benn fan ci weeri December.
I think December 2nd, the election results were announced.
bés bi ñu yëbaanee results yi.
I think around the 9th or so, Jammeh decided he changed his mind, basically saying that, okay, the elections were flawed.
ci kaw loolu na ci la Jammeh wecciwaat xelam ne daal vote bi dañ ko sàccoon.
And then they filed this lawsuit.
ci la dal di indi nag lu mooy attee.
I think it was Gaba Jahumpa.
Gaba Jahumpa.
No, sorry, no. Bala Gaba Jahumpa.
Bala Gaba Jahumpa.
Sidi Njai.
Sidi Njai.
The affidavit, filed affidavit.
ñoom ñoo bind affidavit.
Claiming that there were votes that were stolen and the rest of it.
ne am na carte yoo xam ne dañ ko sàccoon ak yeneen.
Supreme Court was not empaneled for almost, I don't know, 12 to 18 months. We didn't have a Supreme Court. They didn't want to.
Supreme Court bi na amul lu dem si fukki weer ak ñaar bi fukki weer ak juróom-ñett.
Suddenly, Fagbele activates, tries to get judges to come.
Fagbele na ci lay lijjanti pour indi ay judge ñu ñëw.
With Jammeh and the AG.
ci diggante Jammeh ak AG bi.
Who was the Attorney General at that time?
Jamono boobu kana nekkoon Attorney General.
Mama Fatima Singate.
time boobu Mama Fatima Singate la woon.
And Fagbele was in cahoots with the Attorney General in trying to bring in judges that will hear this petition from the APRC?
Fak bele dafa manko won ak ka nga xamne mo AG ba bu ko defé ñu mëna indi ay atté.
There was a single judge. Fagbele was a single judge. He had the first hearing was before him.
Atté bu ñak bi mu ngi won ci kanamam.
I think it was lawyer Gomez.
Yakarna lawyer Gomez.
I think Ibrahima Diallo, young lawyer.
Ibrahima Diallo lawyer bu ndaw.
They were the team at the time.
Ñom ñoo nekkon kurel gi ci waxtu wowu.
And I must admit, because at the time I was in a different mindset.
And
I called all the senior lawyers I know. I'm like, I called Mr. Drame, I called Mr. Mene, I called Topla. I said, don't take this case. We as a bar, we don't recognize this court because Jammeh has lost legitimacy. As far as we're concerned, there's no Supreme Court. We do not have a Supreme Court now just for Jammeh's sake. And of course, all those lawyers said, well, we're not interested. And I understand that Mr. Gomez was forced to take the case. He was actually called in by General Baji.
General Baji moko
And he was told, oh, because at the time he had a retainer with APRC. He was called in and told, you're going to do the case, and he was paid some money and said, go do the case. Then he went home and they gave him four paramilitaries following him all the time. Just to cut a long story short, I was one of the guys who actually helped him escape Gambia. At some point, I engaged him, and I engaged him through his son. And I thought one of the ways we can frustrate Jammeh's case is by, if his lawyer is not around, then one, to make sure the judges doesn't come, which I'll explain what we did about that. Two, if we make sure that his lawyer is not around, that will pose problems for him because not many lawyers were willing to do the case. So well, at this time I was on exile in Dakar, but I'm just saying it here for now. So I was staying at my uncle's house in Dakar, and Edward Gomez's son was friends with my cousin. So I was like, I need to speak to your dad. He called him, and I asked him, I said, I don't think you should do this case. He said, I don't have a choice. I told him, we can take you out of the country. He said, please do. And then, through Fatou Camara, Fatou Network, I got the contact of Mankeur Njai, who was the foreign minister. Then through him, we are connected with the Gambian embassy. And we were able to organize the extraction of Edward Gomez out of the Gambia.
What was, we've already received testimony about the role of the bar from Mr. Sheriff Tambedu during this impasse period. We've heard testimony about the statement that the bar made that also gave rise to a lot of associations coming out to condemn Jammeh's hold on power after losing elections. You've also told us about the role of the bar in preventing more judges from coming in to hear the Supreme Court petition against the election. What other role did the bar play during this period?
I would like to dilate into those points so that we can get into the facts and the context. The Gambia Bar Association.
Gambia Bar Association gannaaw buñ bëggee na pour ñu wax lu jëm ci mbir moomu.
Played a catalytic role.
Dal di nañu def na aw wàll.
In ensuring that.
Pour gis ne.
The voice of the Gambian people is respected.
Li kàddu yi Gambien ci daal nañ ko ciral.
By making that statement on the 14th of December.
Ti joxe nag ay kàddu nag ci fukki fan ak ñeent ci weeri December.
Actually, I have a picture.
Am naa fi benn nataal.
I think it's good for history to record, to keep it.
Mooy nag loo xam ne nii dana doon taarix pour ñu del di ko denc.
This is what happened.
Lii moo xew.
I was not part of the executive. I had left the executive. I resigned.
Bokkuma woon ci executive boo génn naa ci.
But there was a notice for an AGM to appoint a president.
Moo nekkoon nag jamono boo xam ne AGM pour nañu tànn président.
I have a copy of that which I will exhibit.
Am naa fay benn boo xam ne dinaa ko mën a tëddal.
I will tender rather. So I called Aziz Bensouda.
Ci laa oo Aziz Bensouda.
Who I must say is an outstandingly brave lawyer.
Koo xam ne ni nag danaa wax ne daal lawyer bu ñeme la.
Who really is one of, for me, he's played an outstanding role.
Koo xam ne ni nag def na wàlla mu yaatu itamit.
Behind the scenes.
Ci gannaaw mbir mi.
So, and I know he's an action man, so I called him. I said, Aziz.
Xam naa ne nag borom taxawaay la woon ci laa ko oo ne ko Aziz.
We've been here in this Gambia for a long time, not doing much.
Yaa ngi woon fii ci réewi Gambia ci diir bu yàgg te defoo dara.
To do our bit.
Léegi na jot na pour Gambia ñu def dara.
So I told him that this meeting that is supposed to be on the 13th.
Meeting bi nga xam ne ñu ngi ko war a def ni ko fukki fan ak ñett ci weeri.
We have to have an emergency meeting.
Nañ ko def léegi nañ def na meeting bu jàmp.
And he said, yeah, you're right. I said,
ci la wax ne waaw.
He said, okay, let me organize a small sort of group, strategy group.
Naa jeex nag benn groupe boo xam ne ni pexe la rek lañ ko sampé.
I will take, he took the presidential villa at Coco Ocean because it's a bit discreet.
Ñu jël na presidential villa bi ci Coco Ocean.
So the Gambia Bar Association executive at the time.
Gambia Bar Association seen kilifa yi ci waxtu woowu.
Myself.
Man ci suma boppa.
And Justice, well, Zainab Jawara Alami, who's now Justice.
Zainab Jawara Alami, nga xam ne léegi Justice la.
Omar Njai. Rachel Mendy. Sheriff Tambedou. Abdoulaye Sissoko. Musa Bacheli. Yasin Senghor. Aziz
Bensouda.
I believe Nene Cham as well.
Ak Nene Cham daal yaakaar naa.
So we met.
Ñu tase.
We all agreed that we have to do something.
Ñëpp ñu ànd ne dañ war a def dara.
So we strategized.
Ñu def ay pexe.
We said that we have to issue a statement, a very strongly worded statement.
Dañ war a génne na benn kàddu bu am doole.
Really condemning Jammeh's action as treasonous.
Di ŋàjji nag jéego Jammeh ne la loolu suufu nguur la.
Which we agreed.
Lii nag ci lañ ànd.
I have the emails and everything.
I have email.
And the text messages and the WhatsApp messages, which I'll print and share with you later on.
Text message yeeg kàddu yi ñu jàllale ci WhatsApp bi.
A drafting committee was constituted.
Committee la boo xam ne ñu ngi ko boole ci.
Yasin Senghor, Aziz Bensouda.
Yasin Senghor, Aziz Bensouda.
So that's how the statement was drafted.
Noonu lañ ko jagalee.
So the idea was you draft the statement.
Xalaat bi moo nekkoon pour ñu def idea.
We didn't want to get into debates because we didn't have time. We said, look, this is the statement and this is what we're going to read.
Bëgguñoo na nekk di dàggante jamono jooju ndax amuñ waxtu bi.
We said, let's invite everyone to this meeting.
Ci lañ wax ne nañ oo ñëpp ci meeting bi.
When we come there, we'll pass a resolution.
Buñ ñëwee danañ àggale nag suñu xalaat.
And one of the items would be issuing this statement.
Benn na ci xalaat bi dana bokk na pour génnee kàddu yi bataaxel bi.
So that's what we did. So we went to the hall.
Loolu lañ def ñu dem ci hall bi.
So we actually, I was tasked to invite the press.
Man nag sasoon nañ ma pour na ma oo nag press bi.
At that time, I was in contact with a lot of people I know in the press, including even foreign press. And because the Keraba Hotel was around the corner, so there was a lot of international press. So we called them, all of them, and said, we'll devise to have a meeting on the 14th at Coco Ocean. So a lot of people came.
Ñu bari nag ñëw.
I mean, like Mr. Tamidu explained, I mean, we
comme
didn't have
Mr.
a
Tambédou
president,
waxee amuñ président bi.
so he was, I mean, appointed as interim leader.
ci lay ko jël nag mu nekk njiiti njàppandal jamono boobu.
And I mean, we had a few discussions. Some people felt it was too hard. Some people felt it was not. But we just said, look, we've already drafted this, so there's nothing that you're going to change.
ñu
This is what
waxtaan
it is.
tuuti
It's
am
too
ñoo
late
xam
in
ne
the
wax
day
ne daal dañ ko war a
start dragging your feet. It's either you're in or you're out.
fi mu nekk nii benn nga dugg si biir wala nga génn.
So Mr. Tamidu was unanimously appointed as interim president.
ñun ñëpp ñu ànd tànn na Mr. Tambédou muy interim président bi.
Maybe you can ask the camera to zoom onto this.
mu nga wax caméra bi mu zoom ko mu gën koo leeral.
So, and it culminated into, this was the day.
mooy bés bi.
Yeah, that was the memorable day. So these are all the brave lawyers who turned up and took a risk.
lii mooy nataal ba bés boobu ñi mooy lawyer yi nga xam ne nii jaayoon nañ seen bakkan ñëw keroog.
Some of them were even government lawyers.
am na ñoo xam ne sax lawyer yi nguur gi
Some of
lañ.
them were judges.
am na ñoo xam ne nii ay attekat lañ.
Look at the pictures.
lii mooy
Some of
nataal
them were lawyers who lived abroad.
ay lawyer yoo xam ne nii sax ci bitim réew lañ nekk.
In solidarity,
pour wane nag seen kóllëre.
stood together
ñu ànd benn taxawaay.
and told Jammeh,
ñu ànd wax Jammeh.
if you stay one day after is it 19th?
boo toogee beneen fan bu weesu fukki fan ak juróom-ñeent.
You'll be committing treason.
dafa mel ni yaa ngi suufu nguur.
And I think with humility,
ci ak yar.
that was what emboldened Gambians. When Gambians finally saw that their lawyers are bold enough to take this step.
loolu nag moo ñemeloo Gambien yu bari bi ñu gisee ne seen lawyer yaa ngi jël ay jéego.
If the lawyers are in front of us,
ñu gis ne bu
we'll be behind
fekkee
them.
lawyer yi ñu ngi si suñ kanam ñun kon day nekk si seen
And
gannaaw.
that day and week, every single organization, from the Bad Watchers organization, from those who sell Get a Chaff, you name it, every group or grouping,
groupe bu nekk rek.
even the Chamber of Commerce, which is private sector, I was a member of the board.
Chamber of Commerce sax.
We issued a statement.
dal dina ànd indi ab kayitam.
And I think for the first time, Jammeh saw that Gambians are standing up to you. Gambians across the spectrum, across business, age demographic, everyone said no. You have to go.
ci la yaa Jammeh gis ne Gambien yëpp daal déedéet lañ wax fi mu nekk nii.
Indeed, that statement by the bar united the whole of the Gambia in fighting for their freedom against tyranny.
dafa mel ni lawyer yi daal ñoo tax ba waa Gambie yëpp dal di bootu ci seen gannaaw pour xeex li nga xam ne mooy seen yelleef.
This will be a convenient time to stop because we are already way past the break time, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Councillor, and thank you, Mr. Tal. We will take a 30 minutes coffee break and come back at 12:30. Thank you. Meeting is adjourned. Welcome back from the break. Council, if you're ready to continue, please proceed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Tal, are you ready to proceed?
Mr. Tal, paranga pour ñu égalé.
Yes, I am.
Thank you very much.
waaw pare naa.
Just before the break, we were discussing the role of the bar in removing dictatorship from this country.
Bala ñoo noppale ko ji nag ñu ngi doon waxtaanee li nga xam ne moo di kéeneeg looya yi pour ñu génnee nguur googu nga xam ne nguuri jaay doole la fi ci réew mi.
In particular, the 2016 election impasse.
Surtout nag oote karta bi nga xam ne moo xewoon atum 2016.
You told us that the bar had met during that period.
Wax nga ñu ne nag looya yi dajee woon nañ jamono boobu.
And discussions were made around issuing a statement
to
ensure that the will of the people prevailed. After the statement was issued, it inspired Gambians from different walks of lives and organizations to issue statements geared towards Jammeh being removed from this country. Apart from your involvement with respect to the bar, did you participate in other means of activism?
Yes, I did.
Wow, def naa ko.
Just before that, pardon me. When, as at the time you met to issue the statement, the political atmosphere of this country was quite tense. And fear was looming in the hearts and minds of the citizens. How did you feel as an individual and your colleagues as well about what you were going to do? How did you feel about it?
yow ci sa bopp nag ak sa ay naataango lan ngeen yëg ci loolu nga xam ne yéen a ko pare woon a gaaral.
I just want to take you back a little bit.
Dama la bëgg a delloo gannaaw tuuti rek.
Just from my own personal experience.
Ci li nga xam ne nii man jànkuwante naa ko.
To contextualize how I felt and why I felt that way.
Pour leeral ni nga xam ne noonu laa yëgoon ak lu tax ma yëgee woon noonu.
As I said before, the first time I actually cast a vote was 2016.
Comme li ma fi waxoon démb rek ne njëlbeen yoon pour ma sànni carte mooy ci atum 2016.
Because I believe that this time around our vote will count.
Ne yaakaar nañ ne jamono boobu suñ carte yi daal dana nekk loo xam ne lu am solo la.
Rightly or wrongly, that's what I believed at the time. So I went out to vote very early. I got up around 5:30 with some friends. Rafi Diab, my friend Rafi Diab, and another friend. After we voted, we came back to Rafi Diab and William Abraham were together, in fact. And I recall seeing a lot of people I know from all walks of life queuing to vote. And that gave me a lot of hope. Then we stayed together for almost 48 hours because remember when the election results were being announced. It must be the longest 48 hours for Gambians. And I didn't go home. I was in my friend's house. We were just following the results. We had a laptop, computing everything, every single information we were computing. We were in Excel.
ñibbiwuma maa ngi toog si suma néegi xarit amee suñ laptop di seet nag wote bi ni muy demee lépp lu ñu yónnee rek ñu ngi koy seet.
And we had insiders who were giving us information as well.
te am nañ ay ñenn ñoo xam ne ñu ngi woon ci suuf di ñu jox ay xibaar.
Even before the election results came out, we had already added in our own way to suggest that Adam Barrow had won the election.
balaa ñu yébaane sax li mujjee ñun ñëpp daal di woon nañu dajale mujjee gi sax ñu xam ne Adama Barrow sax gagné na.
For those of you who were around, I mean, if you came out around Keraba Avenue, Serekunda, Bakau, I mean, the kind of euphoria and joy.
yéen ñi dëkkee boor bi sax bu ngeen ñëw ngeen mbeddi Kairaba ak dem boori Bakaw di ngeen gis mbégte bi nga xam ne nii moo fa nekkoon.
We had tears of joy. We were so happy.
nit ñaa ngi doon jooy bànneex. nit ñaa ngi kontaan.
It's like we had reached the summit. I mean, it was an incredible feeling. I mean, I cannot even describe this. And I think many Gambians felt that way.
mënuma wax sax naka la toll yaakaar naa Gambien yëpp noonu lañ ci toll woon.
From turntable to traffic light was like packed with people. From Caraba Avenue to Westfield.
lu ko daggee turntable ba traffic light yëpp nit ñaa ngi fa bari fees.
People were happy. Well, I mean, it was an incredible feeling.
nit ñaa ngi kontaanoon.
So Gambians felt that, wow, something new is happening.
Gambien yëpp yëg ne daal lu ees am na.
We are finally free.
fi mu nekk nii daal jot nañ suñ sago.
And suddenly you started seeing military deployments.
mujjee gi ñu gis ay soldats ñuy ebal ci mbedd yi.
Every intersection you had very strong military deployment with anti-aircraft artillery and all kinds of. foo munti xalaat ci ab mbedd rek ñaare gis nga fa soldats yi dajee fa ak ay ngànnaay yu am doole. But what was bizarre was that Gambians were still celebrating. We were indifferent to them.
waaye nag li gënoon a doy waar Gambien yi ba léegi ñu ngi nekk di mbégtu.
The fear factor was broken.
ragal gi daal njàqare gi daal mujjee gi génn na fa.
For the first time knew that they can replace Jammeh.
loolu nag mooy di njëlbeen yoon bu ñu xamee daal mën nañoo fee remplacer Jammeh.
So when Jammeh decided to come on TV.
jamono bi Jammeh xalaatee na pour ñëw ci télé bi.
And I got a tip-off from somebody from State House that it's not over yet. Jammeh will basically cancel this election, and I was warned to be careful.
ci la am nag ku ma yeetal nag ne ma jeexagul de Jammeh na mën naa bañ weer wote bi ba tey.
And the guy is a security personnel.
te kooku mu ngi yëngu ci wàlli kaaraange.
So he testified before this commission.
te ñëw na ci kanam commission bi.
And I told him, I don't know what Jammeh will say, but I don't think Gambians will accept this, whatever it takes or costs.
ci laa ko ne xaw ma lu Jammeh di wax de waaye Gambien yi fooguma dinañ ko nangu.
Because where we are right now, there is no way we'll go back.
ndax fi ñu toll nii gisuma dara loo xam ne dana tax ñu delluwaat gannaaw.
No way.
mukk.
So when Jammeh made that statement.
Jammeh nag jamono bi mu yébaanee kàddu yooyu.
I mean, a lot of us who before perhaps were not very active felt that this time around we just have to do our best for our country.
ñun ñu bari nag ñu ñëpp ñu jàpp ne daal fi mu nekk nii jot na pour nañu defal suñ réew dara.
It's never too late to do the right thing.
du mën a tardé nag pour ñu def nag li nga xam ne ni moo war.
And that was the unanimous feeling of the bar.
jamono boobu nag baa bi yëpp ñun ñëpp loolu lañ jàpp ci suñ xol.
If you look at the members who came.
boo seetee ñi nga xam ne ni ñoo ñëw.
Young, old, even those who were not called to the bar were there.
ñu ndaw ak ñu mag ñi nga donte sax ñi nga xam ne ni owu leen ci baa bi ñu fa
the likes of Batamidi who were on holiday, Emmanuel Diouf, Ida Person, any Gambian who was a lawyer, you came.
Gambian boo gis na dekkoon lawyer daal ñëw nga.
Some of them were judges.
am na ñoo xam ne ni ay attekat lañ.
Some of them were in the state law office.
am na ñoo xam ne ni ñu ngi yoon ci office
They came. So
the
issue of fair was not even in the equation at that point in time. It was what we had to do what we had to do, and come what may, we did it.
dañ war a def li ñu war a def.
That was the only calculus we had at that point in time.
loolu rek nag lañ nekkoon ci suñu sóoraale suñu xel jamono boobu.
Of course, we are mindful that it could have consequences, but at that time, I think our desire to do what we had to do really outweighed any sense of fear. Sometimes, in hindsight, I ask myself, what the hell were we doing, really? If you look at it now, you might say, wow, was that as... I mean, it could have gone the other way.
waaw loolu yëpp daal ñu xamoon nañ ne daal lu ne mën na cee fàqee ko waaye nag amul dara luñ daan xelaat daal lu weesu loolu si suñu xel.
So and after we did our press release,
gannaaw bu ñu defee nag suñ press release bi.
A few of us were in the bar who had some very good international contacts.
ñenn si ñun ñi nga xam ne nii am nañ jokkoo yu yéwén ci biti.
Because I have been very active with the Pan-African Lawyers Union.
amoon naa jokkoo ak Pan-African Union.
And West Africa Bar Association for the last 15 years.
ak mbootaay ñi nga xam ne ñooy lawyer ci diwaani Afrique sowu jant ci ay at.
So it basically gave me access to all the bar presidents in Africa.
loolu nag jox na ma taxawaay lu jëm ci wàlli taxawaay fii ci Africa.
So between myself and Gay Sow,
suma diggante ak Jay Sow.
we called the head of Palu.
ci lañ oo nag di kii jiite nag Palu.
A Kenyan called Donald Dia.
Kenyan boo xam ne mu ngi ñu xamee ko Donald Dia.
So he sent our statement to all the bar presidents in Africa.
ci la yónnee nag suñ kàddu ci bàyyi yëpp nekkee ci Africa.
And issued a solidarity statement.
bind nag itamit kàddu goo xam ne ni kàddu guy féddali kóllëre la.
Copied to the AU and the UN.
ñu dal di ko àggale nag AU ak mbootaay United Nations gi.
And not to mention the other stuff that happened behind the scenes.
ak yeneen yi nga xam ne ni xew na ci gannaaw loolu.
The effect of this, in my humble opinion, is that
li ci faaxee ko nag ci suma xalaati bopp mooy.
At that time, the international community were not sure about the legal status of what Gambian law says. I mean, what was the position of Gambian law?
booba nag nit ñi daal di wuñ xam na li nga xam ne mooy taxawaay loo fii Gambia.
I mean, in some countries, if an election is challenged, you can stay. You can have a stay of execution. You can stay. You can cancel. Basically, the election will be annulled.
poto bu amee nag mbiri wote bi mën nañ koo dàq.
In our context, the election proceed. I mean, the winner would be sworn in, and you can pursue your appeal.
ci fii nag ñun ci suñ loi mooy ki gagné dafay toog bu ko defee yow nga continuer sa d'appel.
So there was this dilemma whether or not who has power, who can invite the UN, who can invite ECOWAS.
ci jamono boobu nag ñu ngi doon seet kana ci am doole kana mën a indi fii ECOWAS.
At that point in time, the government was Jammeh's government. So Jammeh's government was at the was at the UN, was at ECOWAS, was at AU.
jamono boobu nag nguuri Jammeh la ñoo nekkoon ci ECOWAS ñoo nekkoon United Nations ñoo nekkoon AU.
So we managed to send a narrative that juridically yes, but legitimately this government doesn't have legitimacy.
ci wàlli loi waaw waaye nag su fekkee ne ñu ngi jëm ci wàlli nu mu tëddee ci wote bi nag réew mi amuñ wote bi jaaruñ amul ku ko gagné.
I had cause to give legal advice at a very high level on this issue.
am naa nag taxawaay pour ci yeddeef lu jëm ci mbir yi.
And through this process,
ci saawa soos nag.
I was fortunate to have a good friend of mine, an older brother.
amoon naa sans nag am nag benn xarit di suma magi temen.
His name is Baba Shola Fashola.
ñu xawee ko Baba Sola.
He used to be governor of Lagos.
mos naa nekk gouverneur bu Lagos.
And is now Minister of Works and Energy in Nigeria.
léegi jamono jii de mooy ministre bi saytu wàlli courant bi ak mbiri liggéey ca réewi Nigeria.
He's a lawyer.
tey lawyer la.
We were in contact. He was always calling to check on me.
saay bu ne rek mu ngi bàyyi xel suma mbir.
So I explained to him that we have a dilemma now, and Jammeh wants to keep power, and he wants to use Nigerian judges.
ci laa ko wax ne ko Jammeh de fi mu nekk nii dafa bugg a des ci nguur gi tey tamit jooji Nigerian yi la bugg a jëfoo.
So he asked me to write him a dossier.
ci la ma laaj nag pour ma bind benn dossier.
He said he'll take up with President Buhari and the Chief Justice.
boo xam ne dana ko yóbbu na ci président Buhari ak Chief Justice.
So I prepared a dossier.
ma bind ko.
Which I would share with you.
nga xam ne ni gannaaw li dinaa leen ko wan.
Giving him the background knowledge, background information, chronology of events, and why Nigeria should not allow the judges to come.
bu ko fee rek wax ko nag li nga xam ne nii mooy li xew-xew yi ci am yëpp ci gannaaw ak li war a tax Nigeria waruñoo nangu seen jooj yi ñu ñëw.
So Aziz Bensouda and I, we coordinated this.
Aziz Bensouda ak man nag ñoo toppatoo lii.
And I used my contacts in Nigeria and sent it over.
ma jëfoon nag suma contacts Nigeria yi daal di ko yónnee.
That we were able to be in touch with the Office of the Chief Justice, Attorney General at the time, President of the Bar Association of Nigeria,
ci kaw loolu nag ci lañ mën a dal di jokko ba association bi.
And civil society activists like Femi Falana.
Ku ñu mel ni ki Femi Falana.
Randela
Raju.
And what they did was they also allowed us to do activism in Nigeria. So effectively, they got me to write articles on a pseudonym
article
on mercenary judges trying to supplant democracy.
Ci mercenary judge yi nga xam ne daal ñu ngi bëgg a daane démocratie.
Which were printed in Premium Times of Nigeria this day, and even on Sahara TV.
So essentially, you obtained access into the media platform of Nigeria to extend the activism and ensure that the mercenary judges are not brought in.
So it was a two-pronged approach.
Fexe ba jokkoo ak ñi nga xam ne ñoo nekk Nigeria ngir ñoom itam ñu jàppale leen ba nga xam ne attekat yooyu nga xam ne dañ leen fay pour ñu ñëw ndax bu ñëw ci réew mi.
So it's a two-pronged approach because
dafa mel ni ñaari fànn jokkoo la.
Now we can talk about it because it's now, in the past, but it was sensitive because technically the executive cannot interfere with judges coming to Gambia.
Léegi nag mbir mu fàtte la mën nañ ko waxtaanee.
So the strategy we discussed we had a very small group, was that let's raise the let's use the executive actually put me in touch with the press and the activists somehow. So let's create a lot of noise in the Nigerian press that will put pressure on the executive. And one of the things that was said, I remember, was that there are Casamance rebels who might even attack judges come to Gambia.
Waa Casamance ñi nga xam ne sax songoon naa leen ñu ngi woon comme liñ dégg na ñu ngi fexe.
So this actually people started getting, even the judges themselves started getting afraid, and the government said, "Oh, if you go to Gambia, we cannot even guarantee your security."
Ci kaw loolu nag ci lañ wax gars yi ne daal su ngeen demee Gambia daal mënuñoo garanti seen kaaraange.
So in the end, diplomatically, they wrote and told the government that the judges are not available. It's too short a notice. They will come in May or April, I remember.
Jamono boobu nag ci lañ bind nag nguur gi wan leen fi mu nekk nii nag yëgal bi dafa gàtt lool. Jooji de ay boori May wala April lañ mën a ñëw.
And that was the work of the Gambia Bar Association. And also
Gambia Bar Association ñoo ko liggéeyoon.
Forces, of course, were also in the background. I don't want us to take the entire credit, but we led that process that ensured that those judges didn't come to Gambia.
Bëgguma moomale suñu bopp nag yëpp rek waaye nag ñoo ko jiite woon waaye am na ñeneen ñu nekkoon ci gannaaw.
Because we believe that if those judges sat, maybe that was the only thing that Jammeh had.
Bu fekkee nag ne judge yooyu ñëw nañ loolu rek nga xam ne moom la Jammeh dese woon.
At the time.
Ci jamono boobu.
So after that, after that point, I felt that we need to do more. I mean, yes, we've issued a statement. We're working to stop the judges coming, and I was in constant touch with Aziz Bensuda. Was the only lawyer that I was really talking to and.
Jamono boobu nag yëg naa ne def nañ de waaye war nañoo yokku ndax boobu naal Aziz Bensuda rek laa daan gën di jokkoot.
I'm like, okay, just issuing a statement, then what?
Mu ngi mel ni rek di joxe statement rek ak lan.
But I didn't get. I guess I was seen as being a bit too radical at the time.
Dama gis rek ne jamono boobu ngi dëgër bopp rek waxtu woowu.
More like the bar has done its job. I'm like, yeah, but we had different ideas of maybe we should even file an action just to frustrate the process, but nothing. I wasn't getting that much traction from the bar.
Please, could you kindly slow down a bit? The interpreter is finding it very difficult to catch up. Okay. Thank you very much. So you felt that even the statement won't have much impact on Jammeh leaving because he was bent on holding on to power.
Dafa mel ni yéen ni ngeen ko gisee woon mooy seen kàddu yooyu nga xam ne da ngeen booloo bind ko sax loolu rek doyut ndaxte Jammeh mu ngi gënoon a dëgër rek ne moom du bàyyi réew mi.
And you and some of your colleagues went further to ensure that the mercenary judges, as you call them, that were being asked to come, don't come back into the country.
Ngi mel ni yow yaa say naataango yi da ngeen taxawoon jonna daal pour gis ne ñooñu nga xam ne ñooy attekat yooyu ñu fay pour ñu ñëw fii ci biir réewi Gambia ngeen def seen kéemtalaay kàttan ba ñooñu duñ ñëw fii.
Point of correction, I would not call those mercenary judges.
Ñooñu duma leen ooyee mercenary judges de.
With the exception of one of them, because they were distinguished, judges.
Ay judge lu wér lañ woon.
To some extent, I think Ajim was part of the list, by the way.
Yaakaar naa Ajim bokkoon na ci tur liste boobu.
I think if the document I gave, I don't know where I gave it to you.
Kayit boobu nga xam ne moom laa jox xam nga jox naa la.
Judges. It included just Ajim.
Mooy turi jooy yooyu noonu turi Ajim sax mu ngi ci bokkoon.
The document does have a list of judges that were requested by the government of the Gambia.
From Nigeria, and of course there was one from that's for Nigeria, but there's also from Sierra Leone. One of them was from Sierra Leone.
Am na keneen koo xam ne tamit mu ngi war a jóge ko Sierra Leone.
Some of our members also worked on the Sierra Leone government to ensure that the judge did not come.
Am na ñoo xam ne tamit ñu ngi doon lijjante ci Sierra Leone rek pour ne kooku du ñëw.
How did you get hold of the list of judges that were being requested for by the government of the Gambia?
Naka ngeen jotee ci lim yi tur yi nga xam ne dañ ko bindoon te nguuri Gambia sàkk woon ne dañ war a ñëw fii bàyyi ko Nigeria.
I got it from Aziz Bensouda.
Aziz Bensouda laa ko jëlee.
He gave me all. I told him about my conversation with Fashala, and he gave me all the information I needed.
Ci laa ko wax nag suma waxtaan ak Fashala ci la ma jox nag tur yooyu yëpp.
Then, so we worked very closely behind closed doors.
Dañ doon jàppalante bu baax nag jamono jooju ci suuf.
And then we also used to brief the coalition leaders, as to what we're doing behind the scenes.
Te dañ doon wax ak ñi nga xam ne ni ñooy liñ doon nekk di def.
So it was a very nice, cohesive. We're all one Gambia at the time.
Nekkoon na déggoo boo xam ne ni bu am solo pour Gambien yi.
With one objective: how to make sure Jammeh goes.
Ñu ñëpp ñu am benn jubluwaay pour naka la Yaya Jammeh di demee.
Yeah. So anyway, thereafter I just felt that the bar has done what it could do in the circumstances, and I realized that there's nothing much more I can get. Well, not I. As mentioned, and I were very frustrated. We wanted more to happen, but the bar has just done what it had to do, and that was commendable.
Man ak Assis Bensouda nag ñu ngi doon fexe pour def leneen waaye na fekk baa bi li mu war a def na ko te tëgg nañ leen ci.
Then and I was in those days I would compile every single statement issued on Gambia. I have a whole folder on everything about the impasse, every news item, every release, every day one organization, international, sub-regional would. So I was very obsessed with collecting the information, and then one day. I was in my study in my house, and my wife was like, one of her friends, her name is Asta Job. She was posting a lot on Facebook, and she was saying, why are Gambians, we are cowards, why are we not doing anything? We're just sitting here, and then there's this impasse. That was the time that Jammeh made an announcement, and then President Salif Johnson flew in, and with I think President of Ghana at the time, and Sierra Leone, to talk to Jammeh. They flew in, spoke to Jammeh, left, and we had no information. All we know is that they came to Gambia, went to State House, and Ibn Chambers was there as well, I believe, spoke to Jammeh, left, and we were all speaking on Facebook or in a banter bar, speculating as to what is happening. We thought that maybe they would put Jammeh in their jet and take him away.
Mr. Tal, you have to take it in bits.
So, I'm a little bit excited about it, so that's why.
I can see that the interpreter is lost right now. So I'll appreciate it if you take it in bits so that he'll get all that you're saying for the benefit of the local listeners.
Okay, mange jegalu. So
you may have to take that in Wolof. Then after we proceed.
I can take it in Wolof even.
Yes, that would be helpful.
Wow. So si jamano bobu benn bés maa ngi liggéey suma kër suma office suma kër so suma jabar daal di ma wax ne xaritam bu ñëw ooy Asta Diop daal yaramam dafa tànga daal mu ngi post Facebook every day di wax ne ñun Gambien si dañ na sax lu sax defuñu dara la naka la ñoo toogee fii ñun ma ngi toll ñun Yaya Jammeh ñu vote président Yaya Jammeh decide na ñun suñu vote du count xanaa ñun duñu ay góor xanaa ñun jànguñ xanaa amuñ xam-xam and what are we going to do about this? And I remember this post that struck me said, the silence is deafening. I remember that. Because that was the time, mo jamono bi nga xamne Salif Johnson ñëw na fi, I think Mahama was outgoing president of Ghana, Sierra Leone president, and Ibn Chambers. Ñëw nañ fi pour waxtaan ak Jammeh. Waaye dañ ñëw waxtaan ak Jammeh after ñu dem airport dugga plane ñibbi. Askan bi lu gaay waxtaan foofu askan bi xamuñ ci dara. Xam nañ ñëw nañu waxtaan dem nañ. So mu ngi amoon this gap daal, this information gap. And the political party leaders, they were in Karaba Hotel in their own space. They were not saying much.
duñ daan nangoo wax lu bari léegi ñu def nii fi mu nekk nii da ngaa def ma topp sa kaw rek. I think it's better now.
Take it in bits, please, so that he will get all that you're saying. If not, we'll have to go back to the.
You want me to start again?
No. Just
you're fine
continue
right now.
from there.
Just take it in bits.
I will follow you.
Wolof or English?
English. He will follow.
Okay. So then I asked my wife to pass the. Let me speak to Asta Job.
ci laa wax suma jaw nag pour mu même ma wax ak Asta Diop.
So Asta Job told me, Sal, let's go and volunteer and help the coalition government.
ci laa ko wax ne la ma wax ne ma nañ dem ñu jéem a wàkkeelu rek. dal di jàppale nag nguuri coalition bi.
And deal with Jammeh.
bu ko ñu jëflante ak Jammeh.
So I told her I have another idea.
ci laa ko wax ne ko ne am naa beneen xalaat.
So I told her, why don't you come to the house tonight?
ndax doo mën a ñëw ci kër gi fii ci guddi.
Around 7.
ci boori ngoon juróom-ñaari waxtu yi ci ngoon.
I'll call other friends and influencers to come.
dinaa wax yeneen nit ñoom itamit ñu ñëw.
Then I'll order some food and we'll strategize.
ma ootee ma indi ñam nag ñu bu ko def ñu seet nu ñooy defee ay pexe.
So I picked up my phone.
ci laa jël suma téléphone.
Because I've always been active.
seen ñi nga xam ne ñoo nekkoon di dox ci jamono boobu.
In different for example, we had done Ebola free Gambia before many years ago.
comme ni ñu defoon Ebola free Gambia before nekk lu ngir nag ni daal Ebola bu du fi am.
So I have a good network of young influencers in the country. I know who they are. I've been working for years.
ay ndaw yoo xam ne ñu am kàddu lañ fii ci biir réew mi.
So I picked up the phone. I called people I believe can amplify the voice of the Gambians.
ma am ñoo xam ne nii rek ñoo xam ne am naa yaakaar ne mën nañu ekkati kàddu yi Gambien yi.
So I said, okay, I'll call someone from the press. I'll call somebody who's on the radio station.
naa oo kenn ci bunti tasekaay xibaar yi ak registration bi.
And my friend Rafi Diab, he's a printer, owns billboards. So I called him.
suma benn xaritam si Diab mu nga amee printam.
Rafi Diab.
Rafi Diab.
I mean, and I called some guy who owns the IT company.
ma oo ñenn ñi nga xam ne nii am nañ compagnie IT yi.
Some guy who's a marketing and PR guy.
ak ñeneen ñoo xam ne nii ñu ngi def ay marketing.
Of course, plus my wife and her friends.
ak suma jabar ak xaritam yi.
So, and my cousin also, who was very good, Momar Tal, who was also a very good strategist.
ak suma benn doomi baay Momar Tal moom itamit ku am pexe la.
A guy called Adrame, who was a project manager at MRC.
ak Adrame mi nekkoon ci MRC.
And her wife, Njinde.
ak soxnaam Njinde.
Who has a PhD, I think, in molecular biology or something, or can.
ko xam ne itamit njàngam foor na torop.
So I got a group of really smart young Gambians.
ci laa am nag ay doomi Gambien yu xereñ.
And I said, let's brainstorm and find a way of doing something about it. So I said, the idea is, I mean, we have this opportunity. These Gambians are now together.
ci laa am nag ne leen am nañ xalaat bi nga xam ne fi mu nekk nii Gambien yëpp ñu ngi bokk benn jéego.
So we have to keep them together because Gambians, we have this. We quickly forget and move on to the next thing.
foog si ñu taxawal leen benn pa ndax Gambien dañ di yomb a fàtte rek dal di continuer ci dara.
And I reminded them that we had done Ebola Free Gambia with a hashtag.
ci laa leen wax ne defoon nañ fi Ebola Free Gambia ci benn tag boo xam ne nii.
And that was very effective.
loolu nag doxoon na lool.
I said maybe if you could use the same model.
yaakaar naa bu ñu defee beneen bu mel noonu.
We can bring Gambians together.
mun nañoo indi Gambien yëpp ci benn.
And create a powerful message.
pour nag dal di sànni ab bataaxel benn bu am doole.
That will unite Gambians.
yoo xam ne nii nag dana bennale Gambien yi.
Then we played the video on my screen of Jammeh.
ci laa dinañ play nag vidéo bu Jammeh.
Basically saying that, first of all, we played the video where he conceded.
dañ njëkk a play na vidéo bi mu nangoo ne gagné nañ ko.
Then we played the video where he reneged.
ñu defaat beneen vidéo bi nga xam ne ci la bañee.
Why did you decide to play those two videos?
I just want, it's psychological. I just want to captivate their minds. I'm actually older than everybody in that room.
dañ ko defoon rek pour nag gën a xirtal seen xalaat foofu.
I just want to just captivate their minds. So I put my laptop and put it on a big screen.
ci laa jël nag suma ma laptop def ko nag ci télé bu mag bi.
So that I could get their attention.
pour nag ñu gën a xeetu nag si seen xalaat.
I said, this is where we were. You can see it.
ci laa wax ne ñun fii lañ nekk.
Fii lañ nekkoon.
fii lañ nekkoon.
Now this is where we are.
léegi nag fii lañ toll.
You, all of us.
ñun ñëpp.
You are amongst the lucky 1% of Gambians.
bokk nañ nag ci ñi gën a am chance ci Gambia.
In fact, all of you are Western educated, which makes you very privileged.
ñun ñëpp nga xam ne am nañ njàngi tubaab nga xam ne ni daal jàng nañ.
Doing relatively well in life.
te tamit nag am yaakaar ci dund.
Are we going to stand here and watch Gambia go in vain, or are we going to go on exile and live abroad?
ndax dañ bugg a seetaan rek Gambia demee noonu wala dañuy war a dund boo xam ne ni daw génn nekk ci beneen réew di fa làqu.
And the lady Asta was really, I would say, she was the trigger, Asta Job.
te tamit Asta Job nag nekk na koo xam ne ni jigéen ñu xeetu la woon.
The need for action.
nga xam ne daal nee na daal dañ war a am ay jéego yu ñoo jël.
So we ordered pizza and suya, by the way.
ci lañ oote nag ñam yi ñuy lekk.
And we decided to come up with a hashtag.
ci lañ ñëw nag ak benn xalaat.
The first hashtag that came up was Jammeh must go.
bi njëkk a xalaat mooy ci lu ñu war a bind mooy Jammeh foog si mu génn fi.
But through our discussion, we said, no, that is too limiting. This is beyond Jammeh must go.
lii nag ñu wax ne loolu daal loolu xalaat bu gàtt la lii weesu na sax Jammeh dafa war a génn fii.
I recall that the hashtag for the election was Jammeh decides.
ci li nga xam ne nii moo nekkoon wote bi li mu defoon mooy Jammeh decide Jammeh xalaat na.
It was started by Said Mati Jaw.
loolu nag Said Mati Jaw moo ko xalaatoon.
So we said, oh, how about Jammeh decided?
ñu ne waaw léegi nag naka na Gambia has decided. mooy Gambia nag xalaat nañ ñoom it dogal nañ.
It was that eureka moment. I was, wow, that's good.
ci lañ ñëpp ànd ne waaw loolu de baax na.
So I called Said Mati. I said, Said, he's one of our friends. He said, we are doing this and we want to use Gambia has decided, and you're using Gambia decides, just so we can synchronize.
ci laa ko wax ne ko nag ñu ngi jëfoon nag xalaat bii.
He said, I'm on board.
ci la ma wax ne ànd naa ci.
Right there and then.
foofu ak feneen noonu rek.
Rafidia sends a WhatsApp message to his graphic designer.
Rafia Jab nag seen message ci WhatsApp bi ci ki nga xam ne nii moo ko dee defal nag dessin yooyu.
And came up with a simple hashtag, Gambia has decided.
ci lañ ànd nag ak benn xalaat bu gàtt rek ne Gambia has decided.
Right there, we decided very quickly that what we need to do is we just want to push this hashtag, make it viral very quickly.
liñ war a def rek mooy ñu gaaw siiwal ko tasaare ko.
And the way we will do it is we'll change our personal profile, all of us.
liñ koy defee rek mooy ñu ñëpp dañoo génne suñ profile bi.
And then push it towards our networks and do nothing.
ñu dal di ko sànni rek si suñ network yi.
So we did that.
ñu def ko.
And in no time, it was like, in 1 or 2 hours, it was just beyond imagination.
diiram ñaari waxtu mbir mi daal mel niñ ko soxlaa woon.
Of course, we also decided we had a plan where we decided that we had a multi-pronged approach. We said, okay, we will do the hashtag.
ci jamono na am nañ xalaat yu bari ne dañoo def hashtag bi.
Then we'll print T-shirts.
ñu dal di def ay T-shirt tey ko ci.
We'll do billboards.
ñu def ay tabla.
And then we'll have a big show.
bu ko defee nag ñu am nag show bu rëy.
One of the guys that also was part of us, is Abdou Faye, known as Wagan.
kenn si ñun nag nga xam ne ni mu ngi si ñun biir ñu xamee ko Abdou Faye ñu koy xamee Wagan.
Who's one of the biggest music promoters in the country.
nga xam ne nag music promoter la si réew mi.
And they have this thing called open mic.
ak beneen bi ñu xamee open mic.
And we said, we're going to use open mic to get to the young people, because open mic, you're talking about 5,000 to 10,000 people in one place.
nga xam ne nag dana te siwal nag lii ci ndaw yi nu mu gën a bare. ci benn waxtu.
We tasked Wagan to take care of the artists, to to really get the artists on board. So we had all the artists, Gambian
ci lañ
musician
wax
artists.
waagaan nag mu oo Gambian musician ci yëpp.
But we had to keep it discreet because it had to explode, rather otherwise they'll arrest us all the time.
dañ ko def nag ab secret rek ndax bu su tàkkee rek dañu jàpp ñun ñëpp.
So that's how. So initially when we got Alaji Manka also. Alaji Manka, we got him on board. Alaji Manka.
Alaji Manka yi tamit ci lañ ko am jamono boobu.
One of the best, if not the best, videographers in the country.
nga xam ne ni bokk na ci ñi nga xam ne ñooy def vidéographe nga mun na ko lool.
At the time, he was the only one following the coalition president, taking videos and posting it when GRTS would not show.
mooy rek kenn ki nga xam ne mu ngi topp nag président boobu time boo xamee GRTS du ko daan wone.
We approached him.
ñu jot ci moom.
He joined us.
mu ànd ak ñun.
We made that very powerful video at the beach.
ñu def nag vidéo bu am doole boobu.
Yeah, we just sent that. I think you have the video.
yaakaar naa yaa ngi amee vidéo bi.
In a small room in your house, you came up with a very powerful word that effect change in this country and woke the minds of young people.
ci benn néeg bu ndaw rek ngeen booloo fa bokk benn baat taxawal loo xam ne wécc na bu baax a baax li nga xam ne moo doon dox fii ci Gambia ak ci xeli ndaw yi.
You say we, not I.
You, as in your group.
Yes. So actually, I have a picture which I took of the group eating the pizza and suya. You can.
Did you think that, as at the point when you conceived the idea, did you think it would blow up like it did?
bi ngeen di jox xalaat boobu di dajale seeni xalaat na fogoon ngeen ne dina amee doole comme ni mu ko amee.
Honestly, no.
Did it?
But we were driven more by our desire to do something than not to do something. So for us, it's like, I remember, because you have to remember, my wife is part of my cousin, are part of this core group.
Initially,
I tried to stop my wife from being part of it.
Because
I told them that when we had a second meeting, and I told them what we're doing can send us, all of us, to jail, or we can die. In fact, these were the first minutes. I can't tell that because it's history, but I'll show you. These were the first minutes we wrote as Gambia has decided. Gambia has decided. With our strategy as how we deploy the hashtag. And how we manage our WhatsApp groups. We even had codes so that when someone is arrested, there's a code that you'll post so that you'll disengage, so that others will not be compromised. And we also bought burner phones. Every day, we just bought these cheap phones. Every day we have to throw it away because it was very dangerous at the time. But one thing I must say is that those young people were all very brave. They all took a risk. And for the record, Talib Bensouda was one of them. When you had a second meeting, I called, he joined us.
Can you tell us about the risk that the group encountered as a result of their activism against Jammeh?
ñu mëna wax nag mbooloo moomu lan lañ defoon loo xam ne óorut dara ci ñoom jamono joo xam ne ñu ngi doon dal ci kaw Jammeh.
We went around putting up billboards.
dañ dem di taxawal ay tabla.
And let's say Westfield. You go to Westfield, we had the soldiers right there.
Westfield, soldat yu fa taxawoon.
And we are actually putting up our billboards.
ñu ngi doon jéem a teg ab tabla.
And when I say we, I would like to say that this small group is just started, but it was all of us because Mola Kambi was part of it here.
ñun ñëpp leyoon ndax dafa mujj woon bëri ndax Mola Kambi mu ngi fi yoon.
Picking up T-shirts from Gile in Bakau.
Fàttali ko naa bu jëlee T-shirt ci Gile di ko yóbbu Birkama.
In those days, if you're caught with a T-shirt, you get arrested.
Ti jamono boobu buñ la jàppee ak T-shirt dañ lay jàpp.
Many Gambians got arrested for wearing a T-shirt.
ñu bëri dañ leen jàppoon ci ne dañ soloon T-shirt boobu.
But it succeeded because the young people of Gambia were the ones who made it nationwide. They're the ones who took it across the country.
nekkoon na nag loo xam ne ni daal ndaw yi yëpp ñoo ko dékku woon rek.
Because we had an event.
amoon nañ benn xew-xew.
It was called the Youth Convergence.
di ndajeem ndaw yi.
Where all the youth leaders in the country came.
njiiti ndaw yi nga xam ñoo nekk ci réew mi yëpp ñëwoon nañ.
And they took ownership.
tey tamit nag ñu moomale seen bopp.
And Gambia has decided to the people, to the youths.
ñu dal di jël nag Gambia has decided ci yóbbul ko ndaw yi.
We had another huge event at the University of Gambia.
amoon nañ tamit beneen xew-xew bu am doole ci university bu Gambia bi.
Where every youth leader in this country was present.
foo xam ne nii mboolem njiiti ndaw boo xam ne mu ngi si Gambia fii teewoon na fa.
We made solid pronouncements.
foo xam ne nii defoon nañ fa ay kàddu yu wér.
Jammeh must relinquish power.
ne daal Jammeh foog si mu jébbale nguur yi.
At that meeting, the NIA came to that meeting.
ci meeting boobu NIA yi ñëwoon nañ ci meeting boobu.
But that didn't stop the youths of Gambia.
waaye loolu la terewutoon ndaw yi Gambia yi.
We were merely catalysts.
ñoom nag ay taxawaay rek lañ.
But it's the youths of Gambia that deserve all the credit.
ndax waaye ndaw yi Gambia ñooy ñi nga xam ne nii ñoom ñoo jara tatagal.
There was a time when then at some point they started bringing down the billboards.
ci yenn jamono ñu commencé nag di génnee table yooyu.
It's a picture of this is Westfield.
lii Westfield la.
It's two military guys on top of an ambulance bringing down our billboards.
ay soldat yéeg nag ci kaw ambulance bi di wàccee nag table yooyu.
And this is the time that I wrote a letter.
boobu mooy jamono bi nga xamee ni bind naa leetar.
An open letter.
leetar boo xam ne nag jëmale wuñ ko ci kenn rek.
Asking the president to stop.
di wax na président bi mu bàyyi.
Really bringing down our billboards.
di génnee suñ tabla yi.
I think I should read this letter.
moom nag yaakaar naa joxe naa leetar boobu.
Just before you read the letter, prior to you writing a letter, an open letter, was the government aware of the faces behind this widespread movement?
I think they must have had a faint idea because remember we did a video.
yaakaar naa foog si rek ñu am ci ab xalaat.
And that video, those were the people who actually essentially founded Gambia Decided. That video.
this video boobu nag ñoom ñooy ñi nga xam ne ñoo génne Gambia has decided.
was viral globally, not even in Gambia.
video boobu nag dafa tasaaroon rek amutoon fii ci Gambia siiwoon na àdduna yëpp.
Just before you proceed with reading the letter, I'd like the Obi-Wan to kindly play the video for us.
Balanga janga letter bi na buga Obi-Wan ñu playal ñu video bi.
Sound, please.
Okay, this, may I? Okay, that's video.
Obi-Wan, we're not getting the sound.
We didn't have for 22 years. The first time we came back and took it to the ballot box, and Jammeh decides to take it away from us.
Obi-Wan, can you kindly restart the video?
We will continue the momentum to ensure.
Rafi Diaba owns a printing company in Gambia's capital, Banjul, and Salyu Tal is a Gambian lawyer. Together, they started the hashtag Gambia has decided, after Yahya Jammeh changed his mind and refused to accept the election results.
I have decided. I have decided.
The hashtag in this video has since gone viral. As a result, they say security forces targeted them and they were forced to flee to Senegal.
Ordinarily, our freedom should not be given to us. We should have it as a right. We didn't have it for 22 years. For the first time, we came back and took it to the ballot box, and Jammeh decides to take it away from us. And we are saying no, and we will continue the momentum to ensure
that the will of the Gambian people as expressed in our votes is respected. And after it is respected, we also want to ensure and entrench a culture of respecting democracy in the Gambia.
The United Nations say thousands of Gambians, mostly women and children, are escaping to Senegal after mediation efforts led by West African leaders fail. In Banjul, shops are closed and security forces are deployed.
This is creating chaos. This is creating chaos in business. This is creating chaos in a lot of different sectors of society.
Adama Barrow is expected to be sworn in less than a week. ECOWAS, the West African body, says it will continue diplomatic efforts until January 19th. It's warned it will use military intervention if Jammeh refuses to let go of power. Senegal and Nigeria have their soldiers on standby. There's still a lot of uncertainty, but in less than a week, it could be the end of 22 years of Jammeh's rule. And so for the thousands of Gambians who over the years have fled to Senegal and elsewhere, there's a feeling of excitement and trepidation at the idea that if Jammeh left, they could return home and bring to an end their long exile. Military intervention or not, Diab and Tal now want to return home, to be with their people.
Gambia has decided for unity.
Those, they say, who used the ballot box to stand up to Jammeh and bring change to Gambia.
Gambia has decided.
Nicholas Hawk, Al Jazeera, Dakar.
Thank you, Obi-Wan. This video actually gave us a context as to when this Gambia has decided movement was formed.
Actually, this video was what I said. What I would say, Gambia became global.
Gambia decided
Because after we basically we printed more than 50,000 T-shirts.
T-shirt.
And the bulk of that came from our pockets and from friends.
Very
genuine Gambians who just send a check or pay for it without us even knowing.
Gambians
So when the picture I showed earlier with the billboard, I was very upset that Jammeh is bringing down billboards, because initially when he brings one billboard, we'll put up 2 or 3. So so they intensified.
Ci jamono bobu nak ñom suñu wacce ben billboard tabla ñun ñu aj lu dem ci ñaar ba ñett mu jéggi na mu xotal ko.
So they really became very aggressive towards us.
ñu gëna am naqare na xol ci jëmele ci suñ kaw.
And well, one of the things we did was we started making these little stickers, Gambia stickers.
Bu ñak nak ci sticker yu ndaw yi rek lañ dooré won.
And we put it on the cars and the taxis.
ñu koy tek nak tay ci ay taxi ak yoyu ak auto yi.
Obviously they cannot stop.
Lo xamne mënuñ ko téré.
Then I wrote this letter.
Ci la bind letter bi.
At the time Bala Jahumpa.
Ci jamono bo xamne ni Bala Jahumpa.
And General Baji.
Ak General Baji.
Where they were tasked to make sure that all our billboards, everything to do with Gambia side is not seen in the Gambia. That was their assignment.
Pour gis ne dal suñ tabla yépp lo xamné dem na mbiri Gambia has decided but duñ ko gisati.
How did you know that they were tasked to ensure that
because the
materials bearing Gambia has decided are brought down?
Naka nga xamé né ñom dañ leen santone pour ñu gis né bépp tabla buñ bi na Gambia has decided rek wacce nañ ko.
First of all, they were physically bringing the boards down. I have videos of military people bringing videos down. I have videos of it. What we did was, when we found them putting it down, we'll send a video, or someone will get it and send it to us, and we'll post it online, and it become more viral.
Jamono bu buñ leen fekkee ñu ngi wàccee table bi rek dañ leen ay nataal wala def ko vidéo ñu dal di ko siiwal ni àdduna yëpp di ko gis.
And that actually made them more irritated and mad.
Ci loolu nag moo leen gënoon a naqari nag gën a dof.
So they went to NRA because Rafi Diab owned all those billboards. They went to NRA.
ci lañ dem nag NRA.
And the NRA person called Rafi.
Am ku téléphone Rafi.
And I was asking him, well, he basically told him that these guys came to me and told me that you should bring down your billboards.
Ci la kii ñëw nee na daal nit ñi dañ ñëw ci man ne daal na ngeen wàcce seen tabla yooyu.
But we actually paid for these billboards.
ñun dañ fay billboards yi tabla yi.
And under the Constitution, we have a right to express ourselves.
Ci ron luwaay réew mi am nañ ci yelleef pour wane suñ bopp.
And that's it. We said we will not bring it down. If you do it by force, fine, but we're not going to bring it down.
Ci lañ wax ne kanaa ngeen forcé ko ni wàccee ko seen bopp waaye ñun na duñ ko mos a génne wàccee.
And then we actually wanted to pay for ads in the papers.
Ci lañ dem na yóbbu ci
like just a simple Gambia decided
kayit yi.
Will spread on the newspapers.
Ci nga xam ne ni Gambia has decided na dana siiw si ñu kayiti xibaar yi.
And only Faroya carried it.
Waaye nag Faroya rek ñoo ko nangoo na
all the other newspapers did not want to carry it.
Yeneen kayiti xibaar yëpp nanguwuñ ko génnee.
And a lot of people are being arrested for wearing Gambia Has Decided t-shirts.
Te am na ñu bëri ñoo xam ne ni jàpp nañ leen ci niñ solo woon Gambia Has Decided t-shirt yooyu.
And in fact, we had a special chat group where we'll go and support people, Aziz Bensouda and others, who are arrested or charged for wearing Gambia Has Decided t-shirts.
Te itamit nag am nañ seen groupe boo xam ne ni ñu nit ci la ñuy dimbale ñi nga xam ne ni dañ leen jàpp ne dañ soloon t-shirt yooyu.
So at some point when the thing got so much traction,
ci biñ gisee nag yenn yi daal ëpp na.
I'm informed that a decision was taken at the State House.
Ci la gis ne daal am na dogal boo xam ne ñu ngi ko jëlee woon ca State House.
That the ringleaders of Gambia Has Decided.
Te ñi nga xam ne ni ñoo jiite woon Gambia Has Decided.
Must be arrested or taken out.
Foog si rek ñu jàpp leen wala ñu génne leen fi.
I got this information from somebody who is a high-level security personnel.
Ma jot na xibaar bi ci keneen koo xam ne ni kilifa la nag ci wàlli kaaraange gi.
And I will never forget this day in my life.
Du ma mës a fàttali si suma bés.
It was 31st December.
Di fanweeri fan ak benn la woon ci weeri December.
And I remember one of my cousins, the daughter of Obi Konate, Sini Konate.
Kenn si suma cousin yi di doomi Obi Konate, Sini Konate.
Had passed away.
Dal dina gaañu.
So we went to her funeral at the cemetery, Josuang.
Ci lañ dem nag ci dëjam bi ci Josuang.
On my way back, one of my best friends, Lamin Sedikan.
Bi ma wuñeeku nag kenn suma xarit Lamin Sedikan.
He called me, said, Sal, I want to see you. Come, I want to see you.
Ci la ma téléphone ma Sal dama la bëgg a gis.
Somebody who needs to talk to you.
Am na ku bëgg a wax ak yow.
So we drove to an apartment building around Josuang.
Ci lañ dem na ci benn tabax ci Josuang.
And I stayed in my car.
Ma toog si suma biir oto bi.
Went to the other car.
Dem ci beneen oto bi.
Spoke to the guy.
Ma wax ak kooku.
The guy was director of operations at NIA at the time.
Kooku na moo nekkoon ki jiite operations NIA ci waxtu woowu.
I'm sitting in the car watching these two people speak. I don't have any idea what they're talking about.
Maa ngi toog ne di leen seet ñu ngi waxtaan xam na lu ñuy waxtaan.
My friend Lamin Sedikan came to me and said, Sal.
Suma xarit Lamin Sedikan na ci la ñëw si man ne ma Sal.
Today you have to disappear out of Gambia.
Ci la ma wax ne tey nag da nga war a daw génn Gambia.
I said, what do you mean disappear? I mean, what?
Ci laa ko wax loo miin ci loolu.
Jame, there's an order that you should be taken out, both the junglers and the NIA. You have to leave the country like today.
Ci la ma wax nag ne jàmme na joxe na ndigal jongula ak NIA yëpp de tey daal war ngaa génn réew mi.
To be honest, that was the first time I was afraid.
Foofu boobu mooy njëlbeen yoon boo xam ne na ragaloon naa.
That was the first time I started digesting the consequences of our actions.
Ci jamono boobu nag ci laa commencé di gis nag ñun suñ jëf ji lan la jur.
So I went home.
Ci laa dem sa kër ga.
And I called Rafi.
Ci laa oo nag Rafi.
No, Rafi was already at my house.
Rafi mu ngi woon suma néeg booba.
I said, Rafi, we have to leave the country.
Ci laa ko ne Rafi ñun dañu war a daw génn réew mi.
And then Mustafa Njai.
Gannaaw Mustafa Njai taf.
He called me to come pick up a donation for Gambia Has Decided.
Ci la ma oo nag pour joxe man li nga xam ne mooy ndolalam ci pour Gambia Has Decided.
So as I was driving out of my house,
ci jamono bi moom génn na suma kër.
I saw an NIA pickup coming towards my house.
Ci laa gis na benn pickup bi NIA di ñëw suma kër.
But luckily I was in somebody else's car, so they went past me without knowing it was me.
Waaye nag li ma may chance maa ngi woon ci oto keneen rombante nañ te xamuñu woon ne man maa ngi fa.
When I went to TAF, I explained to him what happened.
Ci la bi ma demee nag si TAF ci laa ko wax li xew.
So I know that they'll be tapping my phone, so I took TAF's phone.
Ci laa jël xam nag ne danañ bugg di seet nag suma téléphone bi lu may wax ci laa jël téléphone yi TAF bi.
I called my wife.
Ci laa téléphone suma jabar.
told him to pack some stuff for me.
ci la ko wax ne ma dajaleel yenn.
I have 2 passports.
maa ngi am ñaari passeport.
I told him my British passport, give it to the gardener.
ci la ko wax ne ko suma passeport yi Angleterre bi jox ko suma gardener bi.
Ask him to go to Right Choice and wait there.
mu dem xaar ma Right Choice.
And my Gambian passport, my clerk Seni will come and pick it up.
Suma passport yi Gambia bi suma clerk bi Seni dana ko ñëw jël si.
So then I arranged to get those 2 passports picked up because I don't want to risk, in case one is caught, I'll have the other one.
jamono boobu nag naa bañ na pour ñu jàppandoor yi nga xam ne ni suñ jàppee benn bi naa am beneen bi.
And then Taf kept me in one of his apartments till nightfall.
ci la ma taf na téye ci benn këram ci bee guddi.
And my friend said he can arrange for a vehicle to take us out of the country, Rafi and I.
ci la Seydi Kane nag lijjanti oto boo xam ne dana ñu génnee man ak Rafi ci génne ci réew mi.
The threat to the group Gambia has decided.
Gambia has decided.
Was it only you and Mr. Diab that was targeted?
Ndax yow ya Diab rek lañ doon ut.
They targeted Rafi, myself, Nyang Jai, Momar Tal.
Da ñim tuddu noonu yëpp nekk na ñoo xam ne ñu ngi leen doon roba.
And then my wife as well.
Ak suma soxna si ak Asta Diop.
The entire group. So at that point in time, everybody went underground.
Ci jamono kenn ku nekk rek yaa ngi nëbbatu woon.
My wife moved from my house.
Suma jabar nag ci la génne suma néeg.
Living in an undisclosed address.
Mu dem nag ci place boo xam ne kenn xamul ko.
But they were still, so the young guys people would come in taxis and pick up the T-shirts. So we couldn't go out anymore. But the young people of Gambia would come and pick up T-shirts and distribute it.
Jamono boobu nag mënuñoo na génn waaye nag ndaw yi Gambia yi danañ ñëw jël T-shirt yi dal di ko dem
we were targeted. So we take people like Babukar Nyang and others would come and arrange, pick T-shirts and pick it up.
Ku mel ni ki Babukar Nyang dañuy ñëw ak ñeneen jël T-shirt yi dem séddale ji ko.
I mean, so we left the country and those in the Gambia were at great risk.
Ñun nag ñu génn Gambia waaye ñeneen ñi fi desoon nag.
So that kind of like sort of dampen things a little bit.
Loolu nag mu ngi mel ni rek mu ngi ci wàll nag yenn ci.
So Rafi and I decided that we cannot be quiet if we've gone too far.
Rafi ak man nag ñu mënuñoo suñ noppee lu yàgg.
You have to remember, we are not activists. We just happen to find ourselves in this situation. We've never done activism before.
Nekkuñ nag ay activists.
So when we went to Dakar, Fat Jan Senghor.
Biñ àggee Dakar nag Fat Jan Senghor.
Article 19.
Bu Article 19.
And Aisha Dabo.
Ak Aisha Dabo.
Very great Gambian women.
Di ay jigéen yu am doole.
They gave us a lot of support.
ñoom la defal nañu ay ndimbal yu takku.
I always say that they're the ones who actually made me into an activist. So they gave me a crash course, I would say.
ñoom nag daanaka daan ñoo ma xiirtal ba ma nekk ab activist.
They sat me down, and every day I would go to the office of Fat Judge. We'll have a program. He'll arrange for me to talk to the media, do interviews.
Saay bu nekk rek danaa dem si office Fat Jaañ mu jagleel ma way taskati xibaar yi ñu waxtaan.
Barrow, the bâtonnier of Senegal, Aliou Tine, Yanemar. So he got all these people to really help build us up.
ñim tudd noonu yëpp ñu fexe mu boole ñoom ñun bañ taxawal ñu.
Even that Nicolas Cage interview on Al Jazeera, they did a special documentary on us, was through her. Bu
documentary bu Nicolas Cage bi ci Al Jazeera boobu tamit.
So we were
ci moom la jaare.
We were on international global TV, Deutsche Welle, BBC. So that kind of helped elevate, even though our people could not speak in Gambia, we now have a global platform. Our voice was global. And that was very, very powerful.
Suñ kàddu nag nekkoon na loo xam ne si woon na si àdduna bi te loolu amoon na doole.
And then also, our guys were starved of resources. So with Dakar, we would actually smuggle T-shirts. That picture you saw, we printed T-shirts in Dakar and smuggled them to Gambia.
Nataal boobu nga gis nag dañ defaree ay T-shirt ca Dakar daal di ko yoole dugal ko fii biir réewi Gambia.
And we were smuggling posters.
Te ñu ngi doon yoole ay posters si tamit.
People like Banky Gray Johnson and others, we were sending money for them to buy spray paint to spray the walls Gambia decided.
mel ni kim tudd noonu dañ daan yónnee xaalis pour ñu jënd spray pen.
So beautiful that, I mean, many people were, I mean, this was like everybody's movement.
Li nag mu ngi mujjee daal mel ni mbootaay ñëpp la woon.
It took a life of its own.
Let's talk about the press or the open letter made to the president. If you can kindly read through the letter.
Okay, this context. This letter was written after Jammeh started pulling down the billboards of Jammeh's Decided. And
letter boobu nag ñu ngi ko bind mooy jamono bi nga xamee ne nii Jammeh mu ngi commencé nag di wàccee tablay Gambia has decided.
So this letter was written.
Letter boobu nag ci lañ ko bind.
As a statement, rather.
Comme ni ay kàddu yu wér.
And it reads.
Ni lañ ko jàngee.
Gambia has decided.
Gambia nag dal dinañu dogal.
It's a civil society initiative based in the Gambia.
Nekk na nag genn mbootaay goo xam ne mu ngi dox fii ci réewi Gambia.
Born out of the need and urgency to restore our democracy.
Mu nga xam ne mu ngi sosoo nag ci éena gi nga xam ne am nañ ko pour dal di doxalaat suñ démocratie.
After the decision of the outgoing President Jammeh.
Gannaaw boo xamee ni dogali kii nga xam ne ni mooy président bi tàggatoo jamono ji di Yaya Jammeh.
Purportedly annulling the elections and challenging the same at the Supreme Court of the Gambia.
Si xelaati boppam nag fexe ngir dàq nag li nga xam ne ni moo fa xeekoo ci wate bi.
We are a non-violent.
ñu nag nekk nañ mbootaay goo xam ne ni xeñtuwuñ fitna.
And peaceful group.
Tey tamit nañ mbootaay guy dox jàmm lañ.
Exercising our constitutional right of freedom of speech.
Di yëngatu nag ci li nga xam ne ni mooy wane suñ yelleef ci dëppoo luwaay réew mi.
And freedom to associate.
ak itamit nag nekk ci sago soo xam ne ni danañ booloo wax kàddu.
We are abhorred by the actions and efforts.
Dal dinañu am métti nag ci pas-pas ak jéego yi ñu jël.
By security personnel and some executive officers, particularly Mr. Balo Jahumpa.
ñi nga xam ne ñoo yëngu ci kaaraange gi ak ñoo xam ne ni ay nit ñi ci réew rawatina nag Balla Gaba Jahumpa.
In trying to silence our voices.
Pour fexe nag ngir suul nag suñuy kàddu.
The voice of the Gambian people who voted for change.
Di kàddu ay doomi Gambien yi nga xam ne ni wote nañ pour ñu indi wecceeku.
Our billboards have been destroyed by security personnel in uniform.
Suñ tabla yi nag yàq na ko nag di ñooy yëngu ci wàlli kaaraange te tamit di sol uniforme.
And we are aware of the steps being taken to stop our campaign.
Te tamit nag yëg nañ jéego yi nga xam ne ni jël nañ ko ngir tere suñ campagne.
It is ironic that the executive with the monopoly of power.
Doy na waar lool ci nga xam ne nii nag ñi nga xam ne ñooy executive yi jiite nguur gi di ci seen nguur.
And security is using the same apparatus.
Ak ay ñi yëngu ci wàlli kaaraange ñoom ñu ngay jëfoo benn bunta bi.
To destroy private property to silence our voices.
Di yàq nag ay jumtuwaay nit ñoo xam ne nii ñoo ko moomal seen bopp ngir rek selewal suñu kàddu.
We heard the outgoing president complain about the vandalization of APRC posters.
Dégg nañ nag ki nga xam ne nii mooy président yi tàggoo bi ne mu ngi tawat ne am na ñoo xam ne ñu ngi yàq nag tablaay APRC yi.
And we did not condone the destruction of any APRC property.
Te tamit nag ba ñu tamit li nga xam ne nii mooy yàq nag tablaay APRC yi wala seen i jëfandaay.
In the same vein.
Ci kaw loolu tamit.
We expect that our property is protected as citizens of the Gambia.
Suñuy mbir nag moom it dañ ko aar comme ni ñun ay doomi réew mi lañ.
And our constitutional rights respected.
Tey tamit ñu cëral nag suñu yelleefi ak luwaay réew mi.
As an initiative established for the promotion of democracy.
Ci li nga xam ne ni mooy buntu bu njëkk ci li siiwal nag lu jëm ci wàllu taxawaay démocratie.
We believe in the coexistence of diverse political views and ideologies.
Gëm nañ nag li nga xam ne ni mu ngi jëm ci wàlli seqatoo gi nga xam ne def nañ ko ci wàlli démocratie ci mbiri politique.
We believe in a democratic space where violence and force have no place other than protecting the citizenry.
ñu gëm tamit nekk ne ci loo xam ne mu ngi dëppoo démocratie nga xam ne ni fitna amul fa place te lépp mu ngi jubluwaay bi mooy rek ngir aar nag citoyen yi dëkkee ci réew mi.
We urge the outgoing President Jammeh as Commander-in-Chief.
ñu ngi sàkku nag ci président bi nga xam ne mooy tàggatoo te tamit mooy Commander-in-Chief.
To advise his security men.
mu yedda nag ñi nga xam ne ñoo yëngu ci wàlli kaaraange.
to desist from destroying or removing our billboards and banners.
ñu bàyyi nag di yàq suñ billboard ak tamit di leen wàccee ak suñ banners.
Our actions are for the preservation of democracy,
suñ jéego yooyu day dañ ko def rek ngir dundal nag démocratie.
which is the only way to ensure peace and stability.
ñu nga xam ne moom rek mooy saawo si nga xam ne ni moom lañu def ngir wane dëggal nag jàmm.
In our motherland.
ci suñ réew.
For the Gambia, our homeland.
Gambia di suñ réew.
Signed.
Signé ko nag di.
Saliu Tal.
Saliu Tal.
Hashtag Gambia has decided.
The Gambia has decided.
CC, copied.
Copy ko nag sottandeku ko.
Chief of Staff, Gambia Armed Forces.
jox ko nag Chief of Staff, Gambia Armed Forces.
Minister of Justice.
Ministre bi saytu wàlli loi ak àtte ci réew mi.
Minister of Interior.
Ministre bi saytu wàlli kaaraange bi réew mi.
President Gambia Bar Association.
ki nga xam ne mooy président Gambia Bar Association mbootaay looyaa yi.
Inspector General of Police.
ak ki jiite police yi réew mi.
Gambia National Road Authority.
ak buntu liggéeykaay bi saytu wàlli yoon yi ak kàddoog ndigal li ci aju.
By endorsing that letter, you put yourself under the radar of the government of Yahya Jammeh at that time.
Yes.
Binga binda nak wane ne bokk nga ci leetar boobu mu ngi mel ni yaa ngi dugal sa bopp ci mbaali Yahya Jammeh.
When we crafted, I mean, the beauty about Gambia decided is like we're a team. When we write something, we put it on Dropbox and we collaborate.
li gën a rafet nag si Gambia has decided mooy ñun ak kuréeli boppam lañ te tamit nag dañ ci seqatoo.
And every single word is well thought out.
te baat bu nekk rek dal dinañu ko jàngat bu wér.
From the onset, our strategy was to inspire.
ca ndoorteel nag suñu xalaat moo doon nag ngir ñu dal di xirtal.
And there's a language that you need to use when you want to inspire.
te tamit nag loolu nag mooy kàddu yi nga xam ne moom ngay jëfoo bu fekkee yaa ngi bugg a xirt.
So even in as much as we didn't think much, we didn't think highly of the ex-president.
bu fekkee tamit xalaatuñ nag lu gën a koy nag ci président bi.
We never for once.
mosuñu am bés.
Insulted him.
saaga ko.
We never for once.
mosuñu am bés.
Use foul words in our campaign.
di wax ay kàddu yu xaste ci suñ campagne.
Our narrative was a narrative of hope and inspiration.
suñ wax nag moom mu ngi jubluwaay bi rek moo nekkoon yaakaar ak itamit luy xirtal nit ñi.
We saw the glass as half full.
gis nañ ne daal feesu toon sax mooy kaas bi.
We thought we want to shift the Gambian mind from we're in a problem to we're going somewhere.
ñu ngi doon wan nit ñi Gambian people nit ñi rek ni daal ñu ngi jóge ko fenn te ñu ngaa jëm feneen.
And it was all about and it was very important for everyone because for us we had to do it peacefully.
léegi amoon na solo pour ñëpp ndax lii dañ ko waroon a def si anam goo xam ne ni anam gu dal te ànd ak jàmm la.
So when this was drafted, I volunteered to sign it.
lii nag bi ñu ko génnee man maa wàkkilu nag signé ko.
I mean, at that point in time, I really, whatever happened.
ci jamono boobu nag daal xalaat bi rek moo nekkoon lu xew rek na xew.
I mean, I knew that I was taking a risk.
xamoon naa ne maa ngi doon jaay bakkan.
I mean, I took a few precautions because I had installed CCTV in my house.
waaye nag jëloon naa ay jéegu motowaay yu ma aar jëloon naa nataal vidéo yi di seet ci biti.
I rented a very cheap car to move around.
maa ngi luyaasoon nag oto bu neex njëg daal bu yomb rek. pour di génn.
Every time I go home, I'll find a white pickup parked around. I mean, I was in my environment. Every time I get home, before I park, I would look, before I get to my gate.
bala waxtu bu ma àggaan balaa maay dugg suma kër dinaa daan seet wàllu boor yooyu yëpp.
Frankly, I expected anything could have happened to me.
séntu woon naa daal ne lu ne daal mënoon na maa dal.
But at that point, I don't know. I mean, there's something in me that I wasn't afraid.
am na loo xam ne daal nekkoon na ci man ragaluma woon daal jamono boobu.
I mean, when I think about it, I thought, wow, maybe I was on a suicide mission.
su ma ko xalaatee damay xalaat ne man daal damay xaru.
I remember my late father.
maa ngi fàttaliku suma papa jiitu.
And got his friends and others. They tried to, because I knew that if I told my dad I was going to do this, he would never let me do it.
ndax xamoon naa jamono boobu su ma waxoon suma papa ne ko lii laay def du ma nangu ma def ko.
My family members, no one, they just saw it explode like everybody else.
suma mbokk yi tamit dañ gis mbir mi rek mu rek génn xamuñu woon ko.
And they would advise me, warn me. I said, well. Thank you for your.
Dañ ma daan yedd dénkuma itamen.
It has to be done.
jërëjëf rek waaye nag lu ñu war a def la.
And I remember one of my uncles, he was like, you know, you're a businessman, blah, blah, blah. I said, were you not a member of Ken Street Vu?
Ci laa ko wax nag suma benn oncle nekkoon ndax nekkoon Ken Street Vu. Li ci yow laa ko jotee.
You know, so let me do my part.
Bàyyil ma def suma wàll.
And thank you very much.
jërëjëf.
Mr. Chair, at this point, I'd like to put in the exhibits.
ma dugal yi ci kayiti seede yi.
The Amnesty International public statement, where the case involving Ami Bensouda was cited as Exhibit 217K.
We are admitting or granting your request to put these in, but the commissioners would have wanted to see the exhibits as they were being given to you. We don't have the time now, I guess, but maybe you can pass some around.
We had
see
made
them as
reference
well.
to the exhibits during his testimony yesterday.
No, those ones here yesterday, but the ones that came in today.
Oh, my
including
apologies,
the
my
photos
apologies.
And the reports that were given to you, we hadn't seen any of those at all.
My apologies,
So
Mr.
go
Chair.
ahead and then grant that, but maybe we can just have a glance at them as you submit them for inclusion.
My apologies, Mr.
No,
Chair.
no problem at all. Just go ahead.
The Amnesty International public statement will be 217. That's from yesterday.
Yes.
The apology letter written by
You
Lamin.
say 217K.
217K.
Yeah.
The apology letter written by Lamin Kebamboj, dated the 25th of August 2015, will be 217L. The disciplinary proceedings against Mr. Christopher E. Mene and others will be 217M. And the petition by the bar, which he made reference to yesterday as well, will be 217N. For the exhibits tendered today, the photograph of the Gambia Bar Station members will be 2170. The photograph of the youth convergence will be exhibit 217Q. And the photograph of
What about P?
P will be the photograph of the youth convergence.
Convergence.
And Q will be the photograph of military officers bringing down Gambia has decided posters.
Yeah. All requests are granted, Council.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Sure.
That will be all from me for the witness today, Mr. Chair. I'll hand over the witness to
Thank you so
now.
much, Council, and thank you, Mr. Tal, for coming to testify. You're a very brave man. You guys had gone through a lot of stuff, especially concerning the transition period that you had gone through. But I can assure you that outsiders did not leave you alone. They were involved in almost on a daily basis in New York and Geneva with chambers in Dakar. It was a daily engagement on the part of many conference calls, Security Council as well. You were very brave here. Congratulations. I don't have any questions. Commissioner Carr, you have the floor, please.
My apologies, Mr. Chair.
Oh, sorry, my apologies. I have two, three things. Council, what did you say? And then
Just before Commissioner Carr comes in, I just missed out a document, and that's the dossier prepared by the bar for the minister in Nigeria to prevent the judges from coming in to listen to the petition by the APRC, and that will be 217. If I may get the last letter.
Q.
Yes.
Q as in queen.
That will be Ara. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
What about the video?
The video will be S. S.
C'est tout?
Pas encore.
Pas encore. Bon, d'accord. Oh, sorry. Hello. Go ahead, witness.
I have two more documents, I think. One of them is in December 13, we requested for Fagbele to resign, CJ Fagbele. And the bar resolution we passed that led to the statement.
Mr. Chair, the resolution of the bar with respect to issuing a statement and also calling for the resignation, a statement nullifying the presidential election, a statement condemning the outgoing president's denial of the elections, and also calling for the resignation of the Chief Justice, Justice Fagbele, will be Exhibit 217T.
So all these points you mentioned are all in a single document?
Yes, the resolution, let me read it out. The first resolution is that the Bar Association issues a press statement condemning in unequivocal terms the statement made by the outgoing president on the 9th of December 2016, nullifying the elections.
Yeah.
That's the first one. And the second one is the bar issuing a statement to the effect that the outgoing president cannot legitimately appoint or swear in Supreme Court judges. The third point is that the bar calls for the resignation of the Chief Justice as by his conduct during the presidential campaign. The fourth one is that the incumbent president hand over power to President-elect Adama Barrow. And the fifth one, the fifth resolution is that there should be immediate boycott of all courts until further notice from the executive. That's the resolution prepared by the Gambia Bar Association on the 12th of December 2016.
When you say the fifth resolution, are they resolutions or they items under the chapeau?
They are items on the resolution.
On the chapeau of
yes.
resolution. Yeah, splendid. Okay, thank you. Then that's with 217T as in
yes.
Tom.
And a letter to the Honorable, the Chief Justice, Fagbele, dated the 13th of December 2016, calling for his resignation by the Gambia Bar Association. And that will be Exhibit 217.
You.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor, I'll just repeat that all requests are granted. Don't take me through the different letters of that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. While we're doing that, any other submission, witness, or counsel before I give the floor back to Commissioner Carr? There is another procedural matter. You may please raise that now. Is it with you, witness? Is that okay?
Yes.
Yeah, marvelous. Counsel?
That would be all from me, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Commissioner Carr, you may please continue.
Thank you, Chairman.
Jërëjëf, Chairman.
And thank you, Mr. Tal, my very own brother.
Jërëjëf, Mr. Tal, sama mbokk.
I've known you for a long time, and you've done a wonderful job with our young people.
Yanga naa la xam de te liggéey yu am solo ngay def ak suñ ndaw yi.
A lot of the names you've mentioned are familiar to me because they are also friends.
Tur yi nga fi lim ni yëpp miin naa leen de ndax ñoom it suma ay xarit lañ.
From our family.
Nee nañu sumay mbokk lañ.
And I want to congratulate you for all the brilliant work that you have done as a group.
Ma bugga laa ndokkale nag ci liggéey bu am solo bii nga xam ne booloo ngeen def ko.
Several points stood out to me in your presentation.
Ci seede yi nga fi joxe de am na ci mbir yoo xam ne yu ma seppi la ràññee ko.
Of course, as a young person, I think the most obvious is
ndax man comme que man ndaw laa nag bi ci gën a fees mooy.
The role that you have highlighted.
Yi nga xam ne moom nga wone.
That young people in this country played.
Ne taxawaay bi nga xam ne moom la ndawi réew mi def.
Toward ensuring that the will of the Gambian people was recognized.
Pour gis na nag ràññee nañ li nga xam ne moo di kéene waa Gambia.
But I'm sure it didn't start there.
Xam naa ne day dooreewul foofu.
Because they were once described as the foot soldiers of the coalition.
Ndaxte ñoom seet na ni ñu génnee soldat li ci coalition bi.
My concern is, unfortunately,
man nag li ma itteel mooy.
In the discussions of the unfortunate human rights violations that happened over the 22 years of Jammeh's regime.
Ci waxtaan wi nga xam ne ñu ngi ko jëmale ci yàq yelleefi doomu aadama yi nga xam ne mu ngi doon xew ci jamono bi Jammeh jiite réew mi.
What is often said is that Jammeh himself was a young person.
Liñ dee faral di wax nag mooy Jammeh moom ci boppam ndaw la.
And a lot of these problems were attributed to young people.
Te nag jafe-jafe yépp ñu ngi ko jël méngale ko ak ndaw yi.
Your presentation today somehow vindicates young people.
Yow nag sa kàddu yi nga xam ne gaaral nga ko fii feeñal na ndaw yi.
We were at the forefront.
Ndax ñu ngi woon ci kanam.
And we paid a great price for that.
Te nag dafa mel ni ñu ngi doon xaru daal ci mbir yooyu ñu doon def.
And I know for sure when you are in exile in Dakar.
Te xam wóor na ma peng ne jamono di nga dawee laxu ji ca Dakar.
You are also there with a lot of young people.
Yaa ngi fa nekkoon de ak ay ndaw yu bari.
But again, now this brings me to my question.
Léegi nag loolu moo ma yóbbu ba ci laajte bi ma la bëgg a laaj.
And I'll be asking you two questions.
Naa la laaj ñaari mbir.
The first is on the political participation of young people.
Bu njëkk bi mooy ni nga xam ne moom la ndaw yi bokkee ci wàlli doxini politique.
We do have a campaign here in the commission called the Never Again campaign.
Am na campagne boo xam ne nag am nañ ko fii ci commission bi muy Never Again mooy dootu fi amati.
And part of that is to encourage young people to have a broader participation in the political process of this country.
Te jubluwaay bi yépp nag mooy pour ndaw yi dugg yaatal bu baax seen ndollin ci wàlli politique réew mi.
Since we are about 68% of the population.
Comme que ñun ndaw yi nag boo xaaji téeméer bu nekk ci biir réew mi juróom-benn fukk ak juróom-ñett yépp ay ndaw lañ.
What would be your advice to this commission on how we can encourage young people?
Yow nag loo war a digal commission bi ci ni ñoo xiirtalee ndaw yi.
How they can be active participants in this political process, not just as voters, but also as candidates, and also in the broader spectrum of the political dimension of this country.
Naka la ñoo mun a dugalee seen bopp nag ci wàlli politique bu mu em rek ci dem sànni karta waaye ñoom sax ñu taxaw pour ñu sànnil leen.
Thank you.
Jërëjëf.
Thank you, my brother, Commissioner Ka.
Jërëjëf Commissioner Ka.
That is a very brilliant question.
Loolu na nekk na laajte bu am solo.
And it's a topic very close to my heart.
Te nekk na mbir moo xam ne ni jege na lool suma xol.
The older people have wisdom.
Mag ñi nag am nañ xalaat yu rafet.
The younger people have dynamism.
ñoom ndaw yi tamit xiirtu nañu.
And the two together,
te buñ boolee ñaar yooyu.
I think it's the magic formula.
Nekk na mbir moo xam ne ni day njabar la.
I mean, I am older. I mean, I'm close to 50.
Fi mu nekk nii maa ngi ay dem ak juróom fukki at.
And the greatest inspiration I have.
Ci li nga xam ne moom laa gën a xiirtu nag.
Since I've been back in the Gambia.
Depuis bi ma dellusiwaatee fii ci réewi Gambia.
Has been working with young people.
mooy di liggéeyaan jëflanteeg ndaw yi.
And if
te bu fekkee ne.
we are serious about developing this country.
Fullaal nañ pour lu jëm ci wàllu yokkute ak njëm kanami réew mi.
We must genuinely.
Foog si rek ñu.
build the capacity of young people.
Yokku na xam-xami ndaw yi.
And then empower them.
Dal di leen dooleel.
Because without capacity.
Bu fekkee yokkuñ seen xam-xam seen taxawaay.
And knowledge.
Ak xam-xam.
You cannot be properly empowered.
Mënoo dooleel boroomam.
And in my dealings with the young people.
Te bu fekkee nag ni ma jëflante man ak ndaw yi.
I find a lot of passion.
Gis naa ci ay ina yu bari.
Zeal and drive.
Ak loo xam ne tamit doxalini xol la ak niñ koy jëflee.
But it takes a lot more than that.
Waaye nag jël na lu weesu njot.
And one of the ways I believe that.
Ci anam yi nga xam ne moom laa gëmee ne.
We can increase.
Ne mën nañoo yokk.
The political participation of the young people.
Li soobuteeg ndaw yi ci wàlli politique.
Is to identify champions, leaders.
Nañu ràññee ay ndaw ay njiit yoo xam ne ñu wér lañ.
Build their capacity.
ñu yokk leen xam-xam.
Expose them.
Dal di leen feeñal.
Then give them the power.
Dal di leen dooleel.
I was part of Not Too Young to Run campaign.
maa ngi woon ci campagne bu doon wane tamit ne daal nekkul lu ndaw pour nga campagne.
I mean, I work very closely with Sam Itodo of Nigeria who started this.
Dal di woon naa doon jokkoonteeg Sam Itodo bu Nigeria mi ko commencé woon.
I was very integral in that campaign in Gambia.
te tamit nag xóotoon naa nag ci campagne googu fii ci Gambia.
And I think through that campaign we got about 5 MPs.
te tamit ci wàlli campagne boobu am nañ ci dem ci juróomi député.
And I think we can take it further.
te yaakaar naa mën nañooy gën a yaatal loolu.
It's not only about getting your MPs.
du rek pour am sa député yi.
We need to move beyond the tokenism.
war nañooy weesu nag njottal loolu.
Beyond the rhetoric. You need to bring young people who will make a difference.
indi ay ndaw yoo xam ne ni danañ indi wecceeku.
Young people who don't just tick the box.
ñoo xam ne ni duñ
every political party has their young person, you tick the box.
waaye nag am na ndaw yoo xam ne parti politique bu nekk rek waaye ñu gàddu kees gi rek.
You need to bring young people who are selfless.
foog si rek ñu indi ndaw yoo xam ne nii.
Dedicated.
am nañu ina.
Grounded.
ñoo xam ne nii wér nañ.
Knowledgeable.
am nañ xam-xam.
Disciplined.
te am nañu yar.
This takes time.
dana jël waxtu.
It has to be nurtured.
foog si rek ñu suuxat ko.
I mean, for the last 4 years, I spent a lot of my time working with young people.
ci diiram ñeenti at ci gannaaw jël naa waxtu bu yaatu nag di liggéey ak ndaw ñi.
During the constitutional building process,
ci jamono bi nga xamee
I taught the country with the young people on the Activista, the constitution we want campaign. And I've seen that there are brilliant young minds in Gambia. They just need to be mentored.
am na ndaw ñoo xam ne ni ndaw ñu am xel lañ que li ñu aajoo rek mooy ku leen suuxat.
With all due respect,
ak cër yi yëpp de.
our education system in the Gambia leaves a lot to be desired.
suñ bunti njàng mi de am na lu bari loo xam ne ni.
Who graduate.
ñu gis ay ñoo xam ne ni jeexal nañ
degree.
am nañ degree.
Even become lawyers.
ñëw nekk lawyer.
But even English language.
waaye nag làkk anglais bi sax.
It's a problem.
dana jafe.
So I always tell the young people that
day wax ndaw yi nag ne.
I don't believe anybody is entitled to lead.
nekkul kenn ku nekk daal yelloo na pour mu jiite.
You have to earn it.
foog si rek nga nekk koo xam ne da
Not because you're young.
nekkul ne da ngaa ndaw nekk ndaw de.
You're young and brilliant and selfless and have the qualities.
waaye nag nekk nga ndaw boo xam ne nii am nga xalaat bi am nga.
And the young people I mentor, that's what I instill in them.
te ndaw yi nga xam ne nii nag daal dinaa leen yar loolu laa dugal seen
bopp. You're not going to lead just because you're young.
nekkul rek ne da nga ndaw.
What is special about you as a young person?
lan nga xam ne moom lañ gis yow
motivate other young people.
lu feeñ te loo xam ne da nga mën a xeetal.
In other words, we must build a meritocratic system where the best and the brightest are allowed to flourish.
ñi nga xam ne nag ñoom ñooy jiitu te tamit ñoo gën a leer.
Of course, without leaving behind others. But I think in any society that has to move, you must celebrate excellence. So this is one. I think the TRRC. I mean, you have a lot of brilliant young people here.
I mean,
most of them I've known them through our different engagements.
If you
take these young people, give them fellowships, let them go to Harvard, let them go to Cambridge, let them go to NR, open their minds, let them see the world, let them interact with young people globally. I spent quite a bit of my time traveling because of government decided. I've been to great centers of learning. I've met the greatest minds in Africa, young minds, and I know their standards. But we need to expose our young people more, build their capacity more. Even if you have 10, you take 10, you expose 10. And that's the way you will build, so that now we start with, rather than accepting mediocrity, we build standards. It's very important. That's the only way we'll have real power. Otherwise, we'll just be tokens or clients of political parties. I don't know whether I've answered your question.
Thank you. You've definitely answered my question. And the second, you have partly answered too. And that is youth getting involved, not just for the sake of it, but also to improve their plight and the plight of the country. I'm sure there are a lot of young people who may think that the change that they fought for in terms of bringing opportunities in terms of bringing opportunities so far hasn't been met. So what I want to ask you is, how can we ensure we bring these opportunities to young people? I'm sure you have spoken about building their capacities. I'm sure it takes more than that. But how do you think we can also ensure that the plight of the young people is improved through the voting process? Thanks.
I
mean, I think you guys, young people say, if it's not by the youth, it's not for the youth, right? That's your slogan. So when they're making the menu, serve you the food, you should be at the table. And I mean, I go back to capacity, for example. For example, you should have more youths at the National Assembly. The laws are made. You should have more youth councillors, not only the youth rep. You should have more youth councillors. You should have more youth mayors and chairpersons. And you should also be a more cohesive, strong group. I work with the majority of young groups in Gambia. I know most of them. And many of them are working in silos on the same thematic area. Let's say if you have gender, you'll have the older generation working on gender, the younger generation working gender, and they usually at loggerheads. And gender is an intergenerational issue. So there needs to be more synergy.
You
have 5-6 groups working on peace building, doing the same thing with limited resources. So the moral of the story is, I think you should, your leverage is being strong together. Because at the end of the day, I mean, if the youths are strong, no government can afford not to listen to you. If you are 68% of the population, and you are strategic enough, and united enough, I think no government, no political party can ignore you. So you must be, because what has happened is, post 2017, the political parties systematically divided us. They split us into, we were one group, your youths, and now is the youths of this party, the youth of that party. We are in the same group, Democratic Gambia. We're in that same group, right? You can see the conversation that happens in that group. You are in that group. Democratic Gambia is the biggest WhatsApp group of the most influential youths in the Gambia from all political parties, groups, tribes. Very interesting group. I'm one of the elders in that group. Yeah. So, and in that group, I mean, the discussion is always about this party or that party or this party. And I always remind them, I thought that this group was set up initially to help Aisha Toure. I remember, right? And now, after that, we discussed issues of youth. But now, we don't discuss democracy. We discuss which party is better than the others, which party has a bigger crowd than the others. I mean, I've been in this group for 3 years now. That's what I see. And I always try to remind the young people, but at the end of the day, we can only try to encourage you, but you must take ownership and leadership and show that you are serious about where this country is going. You're entitled to have a political party, but your country is bigger than your party. Your country is bigger than your tribe. But we are all fixated by where we're from, what party we support, as if you're choosing your country as a football team, Manchester United versus Arsenal. So we must transcend that kind of thinking. And it takes time. And I think we have a long way to go, because the level of maturity that we need to have will take time to instill. But it's not too late. But people like you are very progressive-minded people. You are champions. You could help, and we will also be happy to support. Thank you.
Thank you, and I just encourage you to continue engaging with young people. I'm sure we'll continue to learn from you and your likes, and well done once again.
jërëjëf maa ngi laa gën a xiirtal na nga jàppale ndaw yi xam naa ne di nga jàppale ndaw yi bu baax ak ñi mel ni yow tamit.
Thank you. Deputy Chair, followed by Commissioner Kinte, followed by Bishop and Imam Jallo, in that order. Deputy Chair, you have the floor, please.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mariama. Thank you, Sal.
Jërëjëf Chair, jërëjëf Mariama, jërëjëf Sal.
The last part of your, I cannot say testimony, but what really statement made me really emotional.
Sa kàddu yu mujj yi nga xam ne moom nga fi gaaral nii dafa daw suma yaram.
I was really moved by the efforts that the young people of this country made to bring about significant changes.
Suma yaram dafa daw ci taxawaay bi nga xam ne ay ndaw booloo nañ seen boppa pour indi wecceeku bu am solo bii ci biir réew mi.
And I hope that what they did then, they can still use and maintain to take this country to the level that we want it to reach.
Jamono jooju li ngeen booloo woon ba def ko wax naa mun nañoo sukkandiku waat ci loolu ba mun a yóbbu réew mi fa nga xam ne foofa lañ ko soxla.
Now coming to the first part of your testimony, you described in detail how lawyers were selective about the type of cases they took. How they scrutinized their communications to make sure that the language was in line with what the executive wanted to hear.
Ak ni nga xamne non lañu séggé tan bu baaxa ba baat yi nga xamne mom lañu wara sukkandeku te njit li mom muy baat yo xamne mom la bëgga dégga.
And I just wanted to ask, do lawyers practice self-censorship? I know journalists do, the media do, but seeing that I'm not very legal, I wanted to know whether legal people do practice, lawyers do practice self-censorship. That's the question.
xam naa ne waytaskati xibaar de dañ ko dee def de waaye li ma bëgg a xam mooy ndax lawyer yi ñoom itamit li ñoo def dañ ci dee seggaat seen boppa bu baax a baax.
Thank you, Auntie Adelaide.
Jërëjëf Auntie Adelaide.
That's a very good and apt question.
Laajte bu am solo la.
I mean, yes, surely lawyers do practice self-censorship and do exercise self-restraint.
Lawyer dinañ dee jox nag seggatif ni nga xam ne noonu la ñooy doxalee seen liggéey.
I mean, during the 22 years, I mean, lawyers had, well, many lawyers were very tactful
wax jamono ñaar fukki at ak ñaar nguur gi.
in the way they communicated.
Lawyer yi nag dañ daan sell lool ci ni nga xam ne noonu lañ daan jokkooyee.
For the fear of reprisals.
Ci njaxare noteel googu nga xam ne mën naa am.
And sometimes they would use flattering language.
Léegoo-léeg nag dañ dee jëfoo ay yeneen kàddu.
If you look at some of the letters I even tendered.
Soo gisee ci leetar yi ma bind sax de.
When we're addressing Babili Mansa, how, you know, the wording is it's like a love story or a poem.
Soo gisee ni nga xam ne noonu lañ daan waxee ak Yaya Jammeh dafa mel ni rek ku koy bàkk.
Which is rather unfortunate.
Tey nga xam ne daal nekk na ak mbetteel.
Regrettable.
Ci lii.
But it was that time when people, I mean, many people, including lawyers, were not bold enough to offend Yaya Jammeh in general.
Tey tamit mooy jamono bi nga xam ne ñun lawyer yi ñeme wu ñoon pour nag tapas Yaya Jammeh.
Because ordinarily,
ndek loolu nag.
lawyers.
Lawyer yi.
And the journalists, the Fourth Estate.
Ak waytaskati xibaar yi.
Are two groups that should not self-censor.
Nekk na ñaari groupe yoo xam ne ni daal duñ daan ceggati seen bopp.
These are two groups of professionals who should actually give the voice to the voiceless.
Ñi na ñooy ñi nga xam ne nii ñooy ñaari groupe yi nga xam ne ñooy jox kàddu ñi nga xam ne nii dañ ñàkk kàddu.
But this is why dictatorships, these are the first two groups that they attack.
Lii moo tax nag nguur ak jaay doole ñaari buntu yooyu la ñuy njëkk a song.
And I trust and I hope we have learned from it.
Tey tamit am naa yaakaar ne daal jànge nañu ci.
I mean, even now, I mean, as Bar President, I do get, sometimes people tell me, oh, you're too political.
Ba léegi sax nga xam ne nii man maay président yi mbootaay lawyer yi ba léegi dañ ma dee wax ne da nga xóot ci politique.
Senior colleagues.
Léegi nag ay kilifa sax.
I remember when the president unlawfully terminated Yakuba Jaite.
Maa ngi fàttaliku jamono bi nga xamee ni président bi dal dina dàq Yakuba Jaite ci loo xam ne dëpput ak yoon.
And I wrote a letter.
Ma bind letter.
Published.
Àggale ko.
Stating that clearly that was unconstitutional.
Di wane nag ni mu gën a leer ne loolu daal dëpput ak yoon.
I mean, the bar wasn't united behind me.
Kuréeli lawyer yi yëpp ñu ngi woon suma gannaaw.
Some of them thought I was I'm political.
ñenn ñi fooy ndax sax dama political.
And this is my answer to them.
Lii moo doon suma tontu.
I said, get used to it. Get used to it.
Miin nañ ko.
Because law is political.
Ne loi moom dafa ànd ak politique.
But I'm not partisan.
Nekkuma nag koo xam ne dama parparloo.
Anything that affects the life of the population, the citizen,
loo xam ne nag gàllankoor na nag dundi ni nit ñi fii dafa ànd ak politique.
Economics is political.
Koom-koom gi dafa politique.
So anything that touches the constitution or rights.
Loo xam ne dafa laal bunti loi bi ak yelleef yi.
As bar president.
Nga xam ne maa jiite mbootaay lawyer yi.
Our position will be known.
Suñ taxawaay nag dañ ko xam.
Whether people are happy about it or not.
Ndax nag nit ñi kontaan nañ wala déet.
That is a list of my considerations.
Lii nag moo nekk nag li nga xam ne bàyyee nañ ko xel.
As long as my conscience is clear.
Ndegem nag suma xalaat moom leer na.
And my only motivation is to speak truth to power.
Tey su nga xam ne ni suma motivé moo nekkoon pour wax dëgg bi.
Thank you very much. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Kinte. You have the floor, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Jërëjëf Chairman.
Thank you, Saliu Tal.
Jërëjëf Saliu Tal.
For your very, very brilliant and useful deliberations.
Kàddu yu am solo yi nga xam ne gaaral nga ko fii nii.
It has always been nightmare for me
Sa yu nekk daal daf daan nekk di tiitaange ci man.
The achievement of our this noble slogan, never again.
Ndax dinañ mun a am li nga xam ne mooy suñ kàddu gi ñoo wax ne never again.
Sometimes when we want to look at it and say which group or which issue or which strategy is most critical,
léegi-léegi buñ ko seetloo na pour a wax ne ban mbootaay wala ban yoon la ñoo mun a jaar bu ci gën a am solo.
we get mesmerized.
Dañoo xaw a jaxasoo.
Why I think in my view,
waaye man nag ci suma gis-gis.
the most critical issues
mbir mi nga xam ne moo ci gën a am solo.
and the most critical mass.
ak leneen li nga xam ne mbooloo la bu gën a am solo.
It's not been actually diagnosed and appreciated.
feeñal luñ ko nag lool para ñu nangu ko.
The colonial power
ñi nga xam ne mooy woon nguuri tubaab ya.
who controlled our everything, including our minds,
nga xam ne ñoom lépp luñ daan doxee suñ xel mi sax ñoom ñoo ci tegoon seen loxo.
only prepared us as service providers.
ñoom dañ ñu waajal rek pour ñu leen a liggéeyal.
And so we will be teachers, lawyers, and name them.
nga xam ne dañoo nekk ay jàngalekat nekk ay lawyer ak yeneen a yeneen.
But they have not instilled in us, probably through our educational curricula and so on,
waaye dugal luñ nag ci suñ bopp anam yi nga xam ne foofu lañ ñoo jàngee.
that we have the self-confidence
ne dinañ am óolute ci suñ boppa.
and we will have the skills,
te dinañ am xam-xami métier.
and thus we will be resourceful
te dinañ am njëriñ.
even without anyone.
de fekk sax ne keneen duñu jàppale.
If that mentality has been naturalized in our systems,
su fekkoon ne façon xalaat boobu duggal nañ ko ci suñ wàlli doxalin.
a lot of the problems we are encountering will not encounter.
façon jafe-jafe yi ñoo jànkuwante ni yëpp ni kon du am.
And in most common than not,
te ni mu gën a farloo nag.
we focus on opportunities
dañ dee bugg a sukkandiku rek ci loo xam ne suñu bugga la.
and not the realities.
te duñ dee seet li nga xam ne mooy dëgg bi.
Imagine how many of us have completed school and are good poultry managers.
seetal ñun ñaata ñoo jeexal school nekk ñoo xam ne ay yarkati ganaar lañ.
How many of us have completed school and can be good engineers?
ñun ñaata ñoo jeexal school wala nekk ingénieur yu baax.
Now, if we are lacking all that,
su fekkee ne lii yëpp ñàkk nañ ko.
the paraphernalia we need will be absent.
li nga xam ne loolu lañ soxla nag pour jëfee ko duñ ko am.
And then we are still ambitious.
te benn tey tamit ñu ngi am xalaat bu sori.
Where are we?
bon fuñ jëm.
When we don't have the tools and the means.
su fekkoon ne amuñ jumtuwaay ak man-man bi.
But we have the desires and the ambition.
waaye nag suñ xalaat ak suñ bugga am nañ ko.
It becomes confrontation.
bon nag dina doon loo xam ne kàddu yu jaamaarloo laa
resulting from frustration.
loolu lépp li ko waral mooy jaaxle ak jaxasoo boo xam ne.
So like if we have to achieve this, never again.
mel ni lii ñu binda nii ne never again bu mu fi amati mukk.
The most critical mass is the youngster, the child.
mbooloo mi gën a am solo nag mooy gune gi.
And the early youth.
ak ndaw yi.
Not the later one.
waxuñ mag yi de.
The later one is looking for secretarial positions and political power or whatever.
xëy na yeneen ndaw yi xala magaale ñoom ñu ngi ut ay yeneen i bunta politique wala.
It's a question of conscientization.
dafa des nag ci ni nga xam ne noonu la ñoo toogee.
We change the mentality.
pour ñu wecci xalaati nit ñi.
And then we can have the desire.
bu ko defee nag suñ bugga ñu mun koo.
Let me cite some examples.
xaaral ma joxe ci ay misaal.
When Yaya Jammeh and the fellow juntas took the country,
Yaya Jammeh ak ay ñoñam juntas si biñ jëlee réew mi.
they were mainly between 25 and 30 years.
ñoom ñëpp ay ndaw lañ diggante ñaar fukki at ak juróom ba fanweeri at.
They are youngsters.
ay ndaw lañ woon.
They have not given us anything that could be desired. They left much to be desired.
ñu dara loo xam ne daal moom lañ kéene pour def ko yu bari lañ bàyyi gannaaw.
Presently, all our youths, we have all converged in the urban area.
jamono ji nag suñ ndaw yëpp ñu ngi bàyyee ko.
Competing for the most limited resources.
di ñoŋante ci ay am yoo xam ne
When we have a lot of opportunities, we can fall back on.
fekk am na ay bunte yu ci bari yoo xam ne sax mun nañ ci sukkandiku.
and become a better society.
ñu mun a nekk askan woo xam ne wu tekki laa doon.
Again, another thing.
beneen leneen li nag moom.
Unless we stop saying me and my family first.
ndaare rek ñu bañ a wax ne man ak suma mbokk yi ñooy jiitu.
And become patriotic to say when it is country, it is everyone plus me and my family.
wax ne ñu jël xalaat boo xam ne dañoo wax ne buñ waxee mbiri réew mooy réew mi man ak sumay mbokk.
Unless we nurture and establish such mentality,
ndaare rek ñu jël façon xalaat bii dal di ko saxal.
we will find it very difficult to go anywhere.
dina am jafe-jafe nag pour ñu dem.
I thank you very much for what you have endeavored and the whole team.
gërëm naa la bu baax a baax ci li nga xam ne moom nga def ak ni nga jàppale.
Of course, at this time, I wouldn't want the youth to take all the credit.
jamono ji na bëgguma ndaw yi jël ndam.
We have seen the elderly who had endeavored and negotiated, mediated during the impasse and all about it.
gis nañ ñi xala magaale tamit taxawaay yi nga xam ne jëloon nañ ko.
So it was a collective credit and a collective merit.
bon nag mbir la moo xam ne mbooloo la woon.
But it is a collective responsibility also to maintain it and ensure sustainability for posterity. I would want you to make any comments relating to this, but I'm happy that you said it is we the people who have to have the requisite discipline. Not only that, but all the other attributes relevant to effect the desirable and lasting change we need. On that note, I thank you very much.
Wow, I don't know where to start. Okay, thank you very much, Commissioner Kinte.
Commissioner Kinte.
That was very philosophical, if I could call it that. And you raised a lot of points. But I'll try to summarize my understanding and give you my perspective.
I
mean, I don't like to subscribe to the narrative of the colonial masters have their influence. The language I'm speaking to you, alien or colonial. So is the Quran that you read in Arabic. And I think the narrative I think that is important is we cannot change the past. I mean, we had our glory days, and then subsequently we were colonized by different imperial forces. And even now it's now Chinese, Turkish, and you know it. What does that tell you about us? We're always looking for the other. We don't look inwards. Because when we were growing up, if you remember, when you come on time, and you hear Kitubabla,
they say this one is a white one.
Everything that's good and virtuous.
When
you're truthful, all the good things we give to Tubab. And if you go back to our Chosan, where Africa, where we used to be, this is the bedrock of value and culture. The first human being is from here. Where did we go wrong? That anthropologists can answer. My limited knowledge, I think the solution starts from the home. There's no university. No school. That can make you an honest man. It's family values. It's where you get your schooling, where it is built and nurtured. Whatever values I have today, the values my parents gave me, those values are unshakable. Wherever I go, I carry them with me. I can add on top of it, but I don't reduce it. We have an education system that's broken. Back in the days, you have a strong family support system, strong value system, not only family but community that reinforce. If you're a young child, you dare not walk in the street and hold a cigarette. Any parent will see a child and stop you and actually reprimand you. If it's time to go to Dara or school in Banjul and you're roaming in the street, I remember as a kid, I was riding my bicycle and MC Cham saw me and stopped and said, "Where are you going?" and told me to go home. I mean, that's how we grew up. We were everybody's child. Everybody's child's business was the communities. Today, we have outsourced the upbringing of our children to the schools. The quality of teachers we have today are different from the quality we had in yesteryears. Those were educators, they were teachers. This problem is, to fix it will take generations. But it will surely start from the home. Each family should take the responsibility of instilling values. Today, if you are a young woman or young man, you come home, you bring a car that you can afford, and your parents doesn't ask you where you got this car. Or you go out till 5 in the morning, no one cares. I mean, when we were growing up, it was not like that. But now it's like the parents have, some parents at least, have abdicated the responsibility to some extent. Now we have the social media and internet, which is what is training our children. Social media, and our values are being diluted. And it's, I'm not sure whether the boss hasn't already gone, but I think each individual has to make as much effort as possible at your family level to give your children certain values. So wherever they go in the world, I mean, I live abroad most of my life, but there's certain things that I will never do. Because when I do something, I not only do it's not only about me, it's about I'm offending my family's name. It means something to me. And I'm sure many Gambians are in the same position. So it's different. Now when we were growing up, you wanted to be like Lamintisi because he's a smart, educated man. Today you want to be like Mr. Y because he has a story building or has a big car. So it has all changed. And really, it's now the materialism that determines success. I go to university and I'm talking to young aspiring lawyers. Why do you want to be a lawyer? Oh, I want to have a nice house. I want to have a nice car. Typical. I mean, and to be honest with you, a lot of young people choose professions based on what they can get materially. That is the norm. Before, there was value in being smart and being educated, being well-read. It had value. Now, if somebody speaks bad English, you correct them, they tell you, oh, you're an elite. This language is alien to us. That's what it is. So you have journalists writing bad English every day in the papers. You have, you listen to the news, press releases, you can pick up every day. So mediocrity is normal, and people who speak out against it are elite. So being excellent is elite, and mediocrity is normal. How can you change a country with mediocrity? Are we ready for prime time? That's a rhetorical question. I hope I've answered your question. Yes. Thank you.
Amen. Bishop Odeko, you have the floor, please.
Thank you, Chairman.
Jërëjëf, Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Salutal.
Jërëjëf, Salutal.
For being a very brilliant witness to the TRRC.
Nga nekk koo xam ne nag ko am solo nga fii ci TRRC.
My question is about the former Chief Justice Fagbele.
Lima buga laajte mooy mbiri kii fi musoon a nekk Chief Justice Fagbele.
When did he actually left the scene?
Kañ la fi bàyyeekoo.
He left in 2017.
Daf fi jóge ko ci atum 2017.
In fact, one of the letters, the last letters we submitted
benn nag ci letter yi ñu àggale
was asking for his resignation. That letter was written in 2017.
Pour sàkku na pour mu bàyyi place am moom ñu ngi ko bindoon ci atum 2017.
We catalogued everything he did.
te tamit nag dañ feeñal lépp loo xam ne def na ko.
Particularly during the impasse.
ci rawatina ci jamono féewaloo politique bi bi mu fi amee.
I mean, if he had his way,
bu amoon yoonam nag.
Yaya Jammeh would be president.
Yaya Jammeh daf fi doon des nekk fi président.
But there were forces stronger than him.
waaye nag am nañ ay yeneen jëfe yoo xam ne nii ñoo ko jéggi dayoo.
We even got force from his hometown.
ndax am nañ sax ndimbal loo xam ne mu ngi jóge ko ci réew mi moom jóge ko moom.
So at some point he had no option.
ci yenn jamono daal amutul dara loo xam ne loolu la mën a def.
At some point he recused himself.
ci yenn jamono yi nag.
I didn't continue the case.
mu génne si boppam daa continuer wul nag mbir mi.
But he left in 2017.
waaye nag mu ngi fi jóge ko atum 2017.
Thank you. Imam Jallo, you have the floor, please.
Thank you, Chair.
Jërëjëf, Chair.
Witness. I must first of all congratulate you for your brilliant delivery. You have exposed a lot of things that maybe the Gambian population didn't know. Particularly effort your group took to ensure that you do not allow Yaya to stay in this country.
Surtout taxawaay yi nga xam ne yow yaak sa mbooloo mi jël ngeen ko pour gis ne Yaya du continuer toog ci biir réew mi.
The way I see things,
man mbir yi ni ma ko gisee.
lot of groups worked to get Yaya out of this country.
Am na ay mbooloo yu ci bari yoo xam ne taxawoon nañ pour génne Yaya ci réew mi.
The first group is the electorate itself.
Bu njëkk bi mooy ñi nga xam ne sax ñoo sànni seeni karta.
We went all out to vote him out.
Nga xam ne ñoom ñëpp dañ sànni karta pour génne ko ci réew mi.
We had soldiers who came here to this commission.
Am nañ ay soldats yu ñëw fii ci commission bi.
And told the commission that they actually burnt down 200,000 votes which were kept somewhere.
ñoo xam ne sax wax nañ commission bi ne dañ lakka ay karta yoo xam ne ñaar téeméeri junne karta lañ yoo xam dañ ko jëloon laxa ko béréb.
But the work of the bar
waaye liggéey bi nga xam ne moom la lawyer yi def.
is very outstanding.
loolu nag lu taxawee boor la.
And I first of all would like to congratulate you and your group for that.
te maa ngi laa gërëm bu baax a baax yow yaa sa mbooloo mi.
But my question is,
waaye nag li ma laajte mooy.
putting all this into context,
suñ boolee lii yépp nag.
realizing that we have now got Yaya out of this country.
te gis nañ nag ne fi mu nekk nag fexe nañ ba génnee Yaya ci biir réew mi.
We are the creation of all these political parties in this country.
Ni nga xam ne moom lañ sos parti politique yu bari yépp ci biir réew mi.
How would this affect our and cohesiveness which earned us the opportunity to kick Yaya out?
loolu naka la ñoo mën a dimbale taxawaay bi nga xam ne moom lañ jël pour daxa Yaya fii.
I want your reaction to this.
dama bëgg nga wax fi sa xalaat ci loolu.
I feel like I'm being cross-examined.
mu ngi mel ni dañ ma nekk rek di laajte.
But I must say, excellent question.
danaa ne nag laajte bu am solo la.
First of all, I always say that, like Commissioner Kinte said, our group was a catalyst.
Comme ni Commissioner Kinte waxee rek ne suñ groupe gi nag royuwaay la.
That was able to galvanize Gambians to come together, particularly the youth.
boo xam ne dana mën a dajale ndaw yi yëpp Gambie rawatina ndaw ñi.
It was just, it happened that it passed through us.
dafa xew rek ne dafa jaaree ci ñun.
But it is a victory for all the Gambians, particularly the youth. So I think if we're going to congratulate, we should congratulate everyone that really played their part. Because
dañ war a ndokkale ñëpp ñi nga xam ne ñoo si dugal seen bopp.
Because I remember during the inauguration of the President Barrow.
President Barrow.
The stadium was full of Gambians decided T-shirt decorations.
The stadium bi mu ngi feesoon tepp ak T-shirt yi nga xam ne moom lañ bind ne Gambian has decided.
And we had nothing to do with it.
Te amuñ dara lu ñu war a defee ak loolu.
We just found it there.
Foofu lañ ko fekk rek.
That showed you that it took a life of its own, and Gambians made it work, and Gambians own it.
Nekk na mbir moo xam ne Gambian ñu moo ko moomale woon seen bopp.
And that was what we wanted.
Loolu lañ bëggoon.
So for us, even when we started making T-shirts, we had some groups making T-shirts, but they didn't have the right logo, and they were selling it for money. We sent them the logo. I said, if you're going to do it right. If you make money, but we have more T-shirts. So we said, no problem. Sell T-shirts, and the more the merrier. We could have actually trademarked. Gambia has decided. We decided no, this belongs to Gambia, because we know how to do that. We could have monetized it, but we thought this belongs to Gambia, and it's Gambia's efforts that made it successful. And for me, that's what I believe. I mean, of course, those people who started, I think they were very brave, but they just happened to they were put in a position and they did what they had to do. But without the Gambians, it would have just been another hashtag or another movement. Now, the last question. What was the last question again?
Imam, yeah. Oh, that's it. Yeah.
How the integration of all these parties.
Oh, okay, yes.
Your mic.
How can we ensure that we have
Ma'am Jallo, your mic is not on.
Actually, I understand the question. I remember.
Okay, you can find it. It's all right.
To be honest with you, one of my biggest disappointment is in the political parties.
Political party.
They never acknowledge. Gambians decided. Not me personally, but Gambians decided. I was invited by the President of France. I've been to places, I've met great people. Up till today, as I speak, nothing has happened. I'm not looking for acknowledgement. I don't need acknowledgement. We don't need acknowledgement. We did something, it was almost like divine. We just did it. We didn't even know why we did it. Everybody else is inviting us. World-class places where top people go, and in the top 10 we're sitting there on the table. Except Gambia. Documentaries are done by Al Jazeera. GRTS actually recorded us. And we're told not to air it. Because some people are uncomfortable. This happened in this so-called New Gambia. Political parties felt threatened. They thought we wanted to have a political party. And many theories. Even for us to be invited to the inauguration was a discussion. In this Gambia. But it's okay. We have shown that when we did it, we didn't look for ministerial appointments. None of our members have solicited, served any board commission up till today. None of our members. Because we were professionals who were earning their living. Continue to earn their livings, employing Gambians, paying taxes without government. We did it for our country. And when we, post-2017, I remember when the government, when they decided to appoint Fatuma Tambajang, knowing that she was over age, we were a lonely voice. On record. We were attacked, vilified in this country. I have a whole folder of everything I've written. About every step, everything, every instance where the new government has broken the constitution, I have written about it on record. And in those days, it was one happy family. The moment you write, you're attacked. Today is different. I remember when we were supporting Occupy Westfield, some young kids were complaining about NAWEC. We as government decided we were supporting them because we believe they have a right to protest. We were being attacked. They insult us, insult our parents. Those same people who are attacking us are now in the same situation. So you see, principles and values should not change based on circumstances. And that is what happens in Gambia. Today, the position you take today for interest, tomorrow you might be supporting someone blindly even if it's wrong. Tomorrow you might find yourself on the other side of the fence. So for us, we believe that the political environment deliberately did not want us to thrive. So, I mean, my members are all, they're professionals. Each one went to continue their jobs. I ran for bar president and I work. One of my partners, Rafi, joined a political party. So now the legacy remains. But the political parties did not want a strong civil society. I can tell you. Because if you think about it, from 2017 to date, name one piece of legislation that has been passed by our National Assembly that is for the benefit of the citizen, that is empowering us. One. Every piece of legislation passed has been self-serving. Reducing age limit, increasing salaries, so on and so forth. Not one piece of legislation has been changed, and I stand corrected. 2017 till today. All the laws that are being passed in Parliament is either what would benefit MPs or groups, but nothing for the country, nothing for the citizens. This is the fact. I mean, we can talk, we can talk about the Constitution, but law. Why can't you repeal those draconian laws? Those draconian laws, as we speak today, are being used and charged. The Gambians are being charged with those draconian laws as we speak today. As we speak today. What has changed really? The only thing that has changed is no one is getting killed. And we will not allow anyone to take advantage of us. So our freedom of expression is not given to us by anybody. It's because we refuse to allow anybody to muzzle our voice again. So nobody gave it to us. Nobody.
I hope the one exception in the laws is the passing of the TRRC Act, 2017. And in that also, I hope they consulted the Bar Association, because you are mentioned in Section 6 of the Act to be consulted among other entities by the President in the appointment, the establishment and appointment of the TRRC. I hope that is the case.
No, actually, what I mean is, of course, the CRC Act was done to create a constitution, the TRRC Act as well. I mean in terms of changing our laws. I mean, there was a roadmap. The roadmap was to have a new constitution and have transitional justice. For TJ justice, you have the TRRC. For the constitution, you have the CRC. Those were, frameworks created. But there are laws there, individual laws, many laws. No one has touched them.
Yeah.
That's what I mean.
No, thank you.
For the record.
Thank you. Imam Jallo, you have a
You still not touched on my point on the creation of all these multi-parties in this country. How will that affect our situation?
I
think, we live in a multi-party democracy.
Democracy
any group of people that meet the requirement can form a political party. I don't think it is healthy for our democracy to have all the political parties. But democracy is messy. The law allows people to have political parties. The moment you start questioning the right for someone to have a party, You are being undemocratic.
That is
a byproduct of democracy. I don't think we need more than 4 parties in a small country. How many do we have now? I think we have what? And more will come. And it dilutes. It causes a lot of problems, but it comes with the terrain.
Thank you. Imam C, you have the floor, please.
Mr. Salou,
Mr. Salou, we are thanking you, appreciating you for the clarification. What I'm just inspired that the letter you wrote that you sent to the Nigeria until he reached to the president, you have done something very good. You have inspired yourself there through your knowledge. Lord, it's a big jihad. And all the meetings that you held, even you lost your lives there, you will go to heaven. And all those t-shirts that you are distributing was a very good job. And it's a very big jihad. We are appreciating you, thanking you for that. And that is only matured people can do it. I know that the lawyers have power in any democratic country. Let's capacitate you also. And if all this was not your efforts, I'm not saying that it will not happen, but it will take a long time. We are thanking you very much.
Commissioner.
Imam, thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Mr. Tal, if you have any remarks to conclude your brilliant testimony, you may please proceed to make them now.
Tal, ude am nga yan kaddu nak yo buga tek ci sa kaddu yu am solo yi mun nga ko.
Thank you.
Jerejef.
I wish to extend my profound gratitude. Firstly, to the chair,
chairman,
the commissioners,
the
entire TRRC family, including the faceless support staff, who together ensure that the Commission delivers on its mandate. The foundation stone of our transitional justice process is the TRRC. I think it is important to remind ourselves of the mandate of the Commission. This is because many non-legal or lay persons perceive or misperceive the TRRC as a court of law, deciding the fate of witnesses who are simply witnesses to the Commission. It is important to reiterate and clarify that the Commission has powers akin to that of a high court. But it is not a court of law. Although it exercises quasi-judicial powers, within a limited and defined scope, for the purpose of being able to get witnesses to testify and testify truthfully.
pour nag dajale fi ñoo xam ne day ñëw fii wax fi seen seede tey buñ ko def nañ ko jaarale ci dëgg.
The TRRC Act
pencum TRRC loi bi ko taxawal
provides for the establishment of the historical record of the nature,
ngir nag nga xam ne danañ fi feeñal li nga xam ne doon na doon taarix,
causes,
li ko waral,
extent of violations,
ak ni nga xamee noonu lañu yaatale lu jëm ci wàlli fi ne ci am,
and abuses of human rights,
ak lu jëm ci wàlli xëtt yelleefi doomu aadama,
committed
yoo xam ne am nañu pas-pas nag
between July 1994
yoo xam ne def nañ ko ci diggante July 1994
to January 2017.
ba weeri January atum 2017.
I don't need to spell out what is on section 13. I think that is known to everyone here.
seetuma nag pour li nga xam ne moo nekk ci xatum fukk ak ñett bi.
But I think it is important to just
waaye xam naa ne dana am solo itamit
remind us of 13A.
dañu fàttali itamit fukk ak ñett ci buntu bu njëkk bi.
The need to create an impartial historical record
pour nag indi fi nag loo xam ne nii du am benn parparloo ci loo xam ne dañ ko mën a nettali ëllëg.
of violations and abuses.
ak lu jëm ci wàlli fitna yi ak xëtt yelleef yi fi am.
From July 1994
ci weeri July 1994
to January 2017.
ba weeri January 2017.
For what purpose?
ci benn jubluwaay.
Promote healing.
pour nag juboo
and reconciliation.
ak delloowaat nekk benn.
To respond to the needs of the victims.
pour uyu nag li nga xam ne nii nag moo nekk ñi ci loru seen aajo.
To address impunity.
te itamit nag saafara nag lépp lu aju ci wàlli def lu bon te kenn du la ci toppaat.
To prevent a repetition of the violations.
ak itamit fexe ba fi ne lu mel noonu daal bu mu fi amaat.
And abuses.
ak xëtt yelleef yooyu.
And come up with recommendations.
ak am ay ràññeef yoo xam ne dinañ ko def.
To put mechanisms in place to prevent them from happening again.
ba indi ay sarta yoo xam ne loolu dootu fi mën a amaat.
In the quest.
ci xeñtuk.
To first and foremost establish the truth.
pour nag taxawal na li nga xam ne mooy dëgg.
Without any embellishments.
te duñ ci am nag benn jaxalantoo.
Or underlying motive.
wala loo xam ne nag dafa am lu tuuti lu ko waral ci luñ du feeñal.
Other than telling the truth.
lu mooy nag wax dëgg ji.
The first truth that must be recognized.
dëgg ji nga xam ne nii nga xam ne moom lañ war a njëkk a ràññee.
Is that the freedom Gambians enjoy today.
mooy nag tey li Gambien di bànneexu de sago si ñooy demee.
It's not given to us by any leader.
joxuñu ko nag di benn njiit.
Politician. Or group of politicians.
wala ñoo xam ne nii ñoom lañ.
Let it be on record.
nañ ko def nag ci pour mu feeñ.
That the Gambian people.
ne doomi Gambien yi.
Through the ballot box.
ci ballot box yi.
Voted for change.
loo xam ne ni nag dañ wote woon pour wecceeku.
And asserted their rights.
te tamit ñu gaaral nag li nga xam ne ni mooy seen yelleef.
And sovereignty as citizens.
ak li nga xam ne ni nag mooy seen souveraineté comme doomi réew mi lañ.
I want to thank the Gambian people.
maa ngi gërëm nag doomi Gambien yi.
For finally deciding to use their vote on December 1st.
ci ni nga xamee ni noonu lañ xalaate woon jël seen carte ni ki benn fan ci weeri décembre.
To dismantle a 22-year-old dictatorship.
pour génne fi nguur goo xam ne nii nguur ak jaay doole la ci ñaar fukki at ak ñaar.
We are here today because Gambians decided for change.
ñu ngi fii tey pour ndax Gambia dañ xalaatoon pour indi wecceeku.
Gambians decided to restore our dignity and sovereignty as a people.
Gambian yi dañ doon fexe nag delloowaat suñ daraja ak ne doomi Gambien lañ.
This is the starting point of our conversation on the road to rebuilding a nation.
lii nag mooy suñ commencé suñ waxtaan pour ne jamono bi nga xam ne ñu ngi daal di continuer suñ taxawaay.
A nation that is founded on democratic values.
réew mi nga xam ne nag am nañ démocratie.
Of tolerance.
masla.
Love for country.
am cofeel pour sa réew.
Respect for the rule of law.
ciral nag topp loi.
And justice.
ak dëgg ak àtte.
As we turn to a new page.
jamono bi nga xamee nag ñu ngi ci beneen fànn bu ees.
And revisit the past.
ñu tey tamit di bàyyi xel li ñu jox gannaaw.
Let us learn from our dark history.
nañu jànge nag ci suñ jamono bu lëndëm bi ñu jox gannaaw.
And I said dark, I mean the 22 years.
li ma miin foofu rek mooy ñaar fukki at ak ñaar ci gannaaw.
Of the Jammeh era.
di nguuri Jammeh.
And ensure that.
te gis na itamit ne.
That slogan "Never Again" on that wall.
Bàkk wi nga xam ne nii mooy never again mooy bu mu amaat fii.
It's not merely a slogan.
Nekkul aw bàkku rek de.
We must move beyond the rhetoric.
Foog si rek ñu dox ci lu weesu suñ njott.
To move beyond the rhetoric and hashtags.
Pour dox nag lu weesu suñ njott ci loolu.
We must, with sincerity,
foog si rek ñu tuux.
Genuinely heal as a people.
Tey tamit ñu góore rek juboo comme ne ay doomu aadama lañ.
Build a cohesive nation.
Dal di wéral fii nag réew moo xam ne nii.
That creates a space.
Boo xam ne nii yaatal na suñ bopp.
For all its diverse people.
Ci nit ñi nga xam ne ñoo fi nekk.
From our different faiths.
Ci suñ diine yu bokkut.
Culture.
Aada.
Cultures.
Aada.
Ethno-linguistic groups.
Ki tamit nag lu jëm ci mbootaay yi nga xam ne ñu ngi see dox.
Age.
At yi.
Gender.
Diggante góor ak jigéen.
And geographic location.
Ak nekkin bi.
We must.
Foog si rek day.
Eliminate.
ñu génnee fi.
All the binaries that creates a narrative of one against another.
Lépp loo xam ne ni daal dafay dingatante ci ñunu neen.
A narrative that polarizes us.
Loo xam ne ni danañu xejamal suñ nekkin.
And uses us as political pawns or instruments.
Mu jëfoo ñu dal di ñu jëfoo ne ay jumtuwaay politique.
This is what Jammeh did to us as a people.
Lii la ñu Jammeh def ni ne ay nit lañ.
And we must ensure that we collectively resist any system that purports to divide us as a people.
Tey tamit foog si rek ñu dingat lépp loo xam ne daal def nañ ko loo xam ne danañu féewale.
Without justice.
Ci dëdduteeg loi dëgg.
And accountability.
Ak jub.
We will not heal as a nation.
Duñ mos a juboo ne nekk benn réew lañ.
Without healing.
Tey bu fekkee ne juboowuñ.
We will not enjoy an enduring peace.
Duñ fi bànneexu te tamit duñ bànneexoo jàmm.
For this reason, amongst others,
ci yooyu ak yeneen yi ni mel.
It is important that at the end of the TRRC process,
ci njeexteel pencum TRRC mi,
those found to bear the greatest responsibility for causing serious human rights violations,
ñi nga xam ne ni nag ñoo fi def lu aju ci wàllu xeeti yelleefi doomu aadama,
must be brought to book.
Foog si rek ñu àtte leen.
And preferably in the Gambia.
Tey tamit daal liñ ci gën a namm mooy fii ci réewi Gambia.
Without preempting the finding of the commission.
Tey nga xam ne ni duñ mën a seetantal rek li nga xam ne mooy li TRRC bi gëstu.
I urge the government.
maa ngi sàkku nag ci nguur gi.
Particularly the President of the Republic.
Rawatina na président bu République bi.
To ensure that.
mu gis ne.
The final recommendation of the TRRC.
li nga xam ne moom la ñu mujjee ci ràññeef ci pencum TRRC.
Is implemented to the letter.
dal dinañu ko doxal ni mu waree.
This is the least Gambians expect.
lii nag loolu la Gambien yi séntu ci li mu gën a tuuti.
The victims are crying for justice.
ñi nga xam ne ñoo ci loru ñu ngi jooy pour ñu jaarale leen ci dëgg.
And it is important that we have closure to forge ahead as a people.
tey tamit am na solo lool ne dañu ngi jege ci jamono boo xam ne ni dinañ nekkaat benn.
As Gambians.
ne ay doomi Gambien lañ.
We have learned that brutality and wickedness is not alien to us.
gis nañ ne daal toroxalante nekk na mbir moo xam ne ni lu gan la ci ñun.
As proven by the gruesome testimonies we all heard.
te ñaawteef yi nga xam ne nii dal dinañ ko fi wax ci ñenn ñi nga xam ne ñoo fi seede.
The inhumane and indignity meted out on many victims was made possible.
ci ñàkk doomu aadama yaa gi nga xam ne nii méttital nañ ko ñenn nit ñi.
Because many of our brothers and sisters.
ndax ñu bari nag di ay suñuy rakk yu góor yu jigéen.
Made it possible.
dal dinañu waral.
Enabled it.
dimbale.
Wittingly or unwittingly.
ci fii wala ci nii wala ci nële rek.
The enablers.
ñi nga xam ne nii ñoo doon jàppale.
Include all of us.
bokk na ci di ñun ñëpp.
From the citizens.
di ñi dëkkee ci réew mi.
Including my humble self.
bokk na ci di man ci suma bopp.
Who remained quiet for a good part of 23 years.
ñoo xam ne nii toog nañ noppi rek lu dem ci diirab ñaar fukki at ak dara.
In the face of systemic human rights violations.
ci wàlli li nga xam ne nii mu ngi jëm ci xëtti yelleefi doomu aadama.
To the security personnel.
ci ñi nga xam ne ñoo yëngu ci wàlli kaaraange.
Who are supposed to defend us.
ñoo xam ne ñoom ñoo ñu waroon a dal di taxaw.
But became instruments of oppression.
waaye nag mujjee na nekk ay jumtuwaay yu méttital.
To elected National Assembly members.
ci nekk nag tànneef ci néegi député yi.
Who allowed the constitution to be changed over 50 times to entrench a dictatorship.
nga xam ne ni nangu nañ nag luwaay réew mi ñu wecci ko ay yoon pour maye nag nguur ak jaay doole.
To our learned attorney generals,
attorney general
who crafted laws to repress our fundamental rights
and freedoms,
and use the laws to persecute us at the pleasure of Babali Mansa. To our judges, mercenary foreign judges, and some homegrown ones who ceded their independence to State House
State House
and helped Jammeh imprison his opponents or anyone who dared oppose him. To our Vice President, who stood by Jammeh, constantly nodding her head in support. Unconscionably. To our cabinet ministers, who shared him on for 22 years and crafted policies that fed a dictatorship. To our religious leaders, who prayed for Jammeh to stay in power forever and did not speak truth to power. Of course, with a few exceptions like the Babalis and the Hanafals. To civil society, for morphing into service providers. And finally, to my learned friends, who treaded carefully with a few exceptions for 22 years until that fateful day on the 14th of December 2016 when we finally mustered the courage to stand up to the dictatorship. Never again
never again
must we allow the dictatorship to take any shape or form in the Gambia. Like my brother Cherno Marena said in his testimony, we get the leaders we deserve. Let us hold our leaders accountable. Not only at State House, at all levels. I cannot finish my statement without recognizing the support of people who really played a huge part, but not known to Gambians, in the restoration of our democracy. I would start with Minister Babashola Fashola, former Lagos governor, now Minister of Works.
Lagos governor, minister
Their brother who mentored me, supported me, and gave me access to the corridors of power in Nigeria. My brother and senior, Barrister Femi Falana, son.
Brother
Femi Falana, for his indefatigable advocacy in the sub-region, amplifying our voices in both local and international media. Landra Suraj, Executive Director for Serap and Heda, for the solidarity and support. To the Pan-African Lawyers Union, PALU, for the intense lobbying at the AU, and for their support and constant solidarity. And special thanks to my sister, Fatu Jain Senghor, and Aisha Dabo. These two women Extraordinary.
jéggi nañ.
I came from a background of corporate law, and my clientele are usually big businesses.
ci li nga xam ne moo aju ci liggéeyam.
I found myself into activism.
ma dugal suma bopp nag ci wàlli
nguur. And they gave me a crash course.
tey tamit nag daal dinañ ma dimbale tamit.
Expose me.
génn siiwal ma.
Use their contacts.
jëfoo seen jokkoo.
And happily stayed in the background.
tey tamit ñu taxaw ci gannaaw.
While trusting me in the limelight.
tamit nag jox ma ak kóolute ci kanam.
I cannot thank them enough.
mënuma leen a gërëm.
And I'm just one of many Gambians that they've been supporting over the years. I'm sure
bokk naa nag ci Gambien yu bari yi nga xam ne ñoom dimbale nañ leen.
These are Gambians that the president deserves to decorate.
ñii nag ñooy Gambien yi nga xam ne ni président bi war na leen a tatagal.
And I would like to thank my family.
maa ngi gërëm suma njaboot gi.
My parents, my late parents.
ak suma waajur yi jiitu.
My siblings.
suma rakk yeeg.
And especially my wife.
rawatina nag suma soxna.
Who has been a pillar of support for me.
xam ne nag ponk la woon ci ndimbal.
And is a very courageous woman.
te nekk na nag koo xam ne ni nag jigéen ju xirtu la.
Who never for one told me to stop.
te mosut ma tayalloo.
And I would like to thank all the listeners.
maa ngi gërëm ñiy déglu yépp.
And I would enjoin the Gambian people.
maa ngi xirtal nag Gambien yi.
To remember.
ñu fàttaleku.
We have more in common as a people.
am nañ lépp loo xam ne ni mooy ñu boole woo.
Whilst we are entitled to support our different political parties.
naam sax de daal dinañu am na yelleef pour kenn ku ne fu la neex nga far ci politique.
Let us respect each other.
nañ cëral suñ bopp.
We have an election coming.
ci wote bi dégmal si.
Let us watch our language.
nañu bàyyi xel suñ làkk suñ wax ji.
Let us be guarded.
nañu am lu ñu teete.
As a country, without peace, you cannot enjoy democracy.
réew moo xam ne ni amul jàmm war mënuloo see bànneexu si démocratie.
Only one person will be president.
kenn rek moo mën a nekk président nag.
So let us conduct ourselves with decorum and respect.
nañu doxal suñ bopp na si cër ak yar.
Leader.
ci njiit.
In peace.
ci jàmm.
And revert back to the harmony.
ñu delloowaat ci jàmm dëkkin bu neex.
As Gambians.
ne ay doomi Gambien lañ.
Thank you very much.
jërë ngeen jëf.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Saliu Tal.
jërëjëf Mr. Saliu Tal.
For those very wise concluding remarks.
ci kàddu yu rafet yooyu.
I would only echo sentiments that you expressed on behalf of the Commission.
feeñal na rek kàddu yi nga xam ne wax nga ci turi commission bi.
The right that we exercised in December 2016 to change the Gambia.
yelleef boobu nga xam ne moom lañ doxee rek pour indi wecceeku ci 2016 fii ci réewi Gambia.
Must not.
mënuta war a nekk.
And I believe shall not be squandered.
tey tamit duut loo xam ne nii dañ koy sànni noonu.
The TRRC,
pencum TRRC,
in the fulfillment of its mandate,
pour nag mottali li nga xam ne nii mooy seen sas,
will contribute its share
danañu dal di yaatal nag seen dollal
in the endeavor to bring about that change.
pour nag indi wecceeku boobu noonu.
But I thank you enormously for your contribution for this almost 2 days now.
kontaan naa di gërëm naa la bu baax ci sa teewaay ci diiri ñaari fan tey.
And for your testimony as a whole. Thank you so much.
sa seede fii ci jotaay bi.
This will bring us to the end of our proceedings for today. We will resume tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock sharp. In the meantime, the Reparations Committee would have a brief meeting at 3:30 in the conference room upstairs. Meeting is adjourned. Thank you all very much indeed.